Oh.
Do we,
The wireless is. Wireless.
We don't have access.
good afternoon, everyone. We will begin our meeting. Thank you for being here. Thank you, commissioners, for your time as well. And again, for the applicants working with our staff, we really appreciate your efforts and your time as well. For each case, there will be a public hearing. We ask that the applicant keep their presentation to under 10 minutes. They may reserve 2 minutes as a rebuttal. We ask that the public keep their comments to 2 minutes unless they have previously requested in writing for 5 minutes as a representative of a group or organization. Pursuant to the provision of Section 2.68.030 of the Metropolitan Code of Laws, notice is hereby given that a final hearing before this commission is appealable to the Chancery Court of Davidson County or the Circuit Court of Davidson County. This is statutory writ of certiorari. You are advised to seek your own independent legal counsel to ensure that your appeal is filed in a timely manner and that all procedural requirements are met. You should also seek independent legal advice regarding the applicability of the writ of certiorari to the specific decision of the Historic Zoning Commission. Items on the consent agenda will be voted on at a single time. No individual public hearing will be held, nor will the commission debate these items unless a member of the audience or the commission requests that the item be removed from the consent agenda. We'll defer to Robin on any changes of the agenda for today.
Thank you. Yes, we request that 126 2nd Avenue South be removed from consent and heard at the end of the agenda. And we would ask that 1006 Monroe be moved to consent. This is a recommendation for a neighborhood landmark, so it's not a historic type of overlay, but because it's listed in the National Register, it requires your recommendation. And also add to consent 1511 16th Avenue South, the project on Hume Street, which is part of Worthen, and 1210 Stratford. All of those are infill, which I know normally you don't like to see on consent, but we were just a little concerned about the length of the agenda. So we are recommending that those be moved up. And the applicant has requested deferral of 920 McFerrin.
Okay. Before we make a motion, are there anyone in the audience that has any public comment to any of these on consent or either the ones that Robin has mentioned? If not, commissioners, do you have any questions? Are you in agreement with?
I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Okay, there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed?
And if I may add one other little note about consent before you get to the consent agenda. You'll see a new item on there, which is all the administrative approvals. And that is something you've received every month and has been on the agenda, but Metro Legal recommended that we move it to consent so you can officially vote on it. So if at any time when you receive your packets, as always, if you have any questions about any of them, just let us know.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much.
Is this working? Here are the items on the consent agenda. 311 Chapel Avenue, 1009 North 16th Street, 920 Lawrence. And again, 920 Lawrence, the Dadu outbuilding has been deferred, but the addition is still on the consent agenda. 1610 16th Avenue South, 1503 Clayton, 1006 Monroe, 1511 16th Avenue South, 600 Hume, 1210 Stratford Avenue. And again, also a part of this is the administrative permits that staff has issued over the past month. Staff recommends approval of these items on the consent agenda with the applicable conditions, finding that the applications to meet the design guidelines of the respective overlays.
Any questions? Okay, is there a motion?
I move for approval of the consent agenda.
Motion? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
There's none opposed. I'm going to retrieve back to, do we have any council members here at the moment? We do not. Also approval of last month's meeting minutes. Are there
Move
any?
for approval.
There's a motion.
Second.
Second. Any, all in favor?
Aye.
None opposed. Okay, our first one is going to be 1207 Dallas Avenue. And this is on the list of violations.
All right. 1207 Dallas Avenue, you may recall, was heard last month as a violation case as a show cause for a case where an addition was approved and then not constructed in accordance with the approved design. Last month, the commission ordered the applicant to submit a proposal at the following meeting, which is why and where we are today. And they have done so. They've submitted a new proposal that would, well, let me explain this picture. So the top is the original approved design that was approved in December of last year. The bottom on the image is what has been constructed that was in violation. The current proposal removes much of that upper story that is taller than the historic house and proposes to go back with a new upper story that will have a hipped roof and an eave height that matches the eave height of the historic house. And the addition will have a ridge height that is 13 inches higher than the original house's roof. Currently, the addition that was constructed is something taller than the historic house. Still the proposal will be 13 inches taller than the historic house. Here's the right side, and just traced over the back of the existing house, so it's a little easier to see in two dimensions where the old ends. There are situations where conditions of the house or conditions of the lot justify an addition being taller or wider, but the commission has not found it to be appropriate for additions to be both taller and wider, at least not taller where they're wider at the same time. And then the front elevation shows, as you can see, that the addition proposed, while modified substantially over what was constructed, is still taller and wider. 13 inches taller. The width was approved because originally the width of the addition that was approved was going to be 14 feet wider but not taller. Now it's still 14 feet wider but just over 1 foot taller. The left elevation, again, hipped roof form behind the historic house is taller than the original house and then the rear. Current proposal. There was also an addition to, or there was an outbuilding that was inappropriately constructed. The applicant has proposed modifications to that. Staff found that the modifications to the outbuilding do meet the design guidelines, but for the addition, it is taller and wider, which is not typically approved. Staff recommends disapproval of the proposed modification to the addition at 1207 Dallas Avenue, finding it does not meet sections 2B2A and 2B2E and 2B1B of the design guidelines because the addition's roof is not sufficiently differentiated from the original roof, and because the addition is simultaneously taller and wider than the historic house. Staff does recommend approval of the modification to the outbuilding, finding that it does meet those design guidelines.
Okay. Any questions for Sean at the moment? Is the applicant here?
Good afternoon. I'm Preston Quirk of Quirk Designs. I'm the architect for the owner, Dallin Hudson. The original plans that this was built by that kind of created the violations were done by a different designer that the owner had hired prior to me being involved with the project. I've known Dallin from some work on another project, and just kind of happened to be here at the meeting last month, and he asked me if I would assist him with this, and seeing the kind of the severity of the problems, I offered to help him, and that's why I'm before you today, and we have this revised design. Our goal was to try to get the violations resolved and also maintain as much as possible the integrity of the original design, which was for him to have a second floor with decent usable space and 3 bedrooms up there. We're all aware the contractor made a number of major deviations from the original plans, and the plans honestly did not work if they were followed. I didn't get into critiquing those plans in detail, but I went out and took my own measurements of the house after the last meeting and when I got involved with this. And then I input the dimensions of the existing house and also the roof that was in the proposed design that was originally approved. And it would have resulted in some of the upstairs having a maximum height of 6 feet and other areas lower than that, which don't meet code for usable spaces. So it really was a real problematic design. The designer wasn't experienced, didn't really look at the building sections in developing it. There was a stair that had non-code complying headroom, which is why the contractor made some modifications that got us here last month. My goal was to see if there was a way to take basically what he had and come up with something that would be acceptable to the Historic Commission within the guidelines that are used in the Belmont-Hillsborough neighborhood. So probably the best thing I could direct you to, I don't know if we can get to this slide, Sean, there's a building section sheet. Which one? Arrows?
Left and right.
Left and right. Going the wrong way. Is there more?
They have I just put in the elevations.
Okay.
They have the full set.
Okay. If you have the full set on A8, there's a building section, and I'm just pointing you to that because that was a lot of how this started. When the addition that was built and originally designed, the addition on the rear has a floor that drops down 30 inches from the original floor of the house. That lower level as built has 10-foot ceilings and then an existing I-joist floor system for the second floor. In trying to make a workable scheme for this, what I looked at is I said, we'd like to have 8-foot ceilings on a second floor, but no more than that. So I basically went from that second floor, and I used a roof slope on the sides of this, on all 3 sides of the addition that matched the slope on the existing front gable of the house. And then we have a low slope roof in the center of that to do everything we can to keep the roof as low as possible on this. The roof that Sean noted is 13 inches higher than the original roof. It does have a 6-inch step down. It's not labeled, but if you look at the top view on A6, which is the left side of the house, there is a step down there where the original roof transitions to the new roof. So we do have that delineation there. The part of the roof that's 13 inches higher than the original occurs probably 43 feet back. If you look also at the bottom left of A6, there's a dimension line there of 40 feet, which is what the commission typically looks at for, I know when you allow a higher roof on an addition, you look at 40 feet or further back. So we're probably 43 feet back with a 13-inch higher roof. The owner will have significant costs as it is to reconstruct the roof to this proposed design if it's approved. If it's not approved, even greater expense would be required to lower the entire second floor to lower the roof on the whole addition. I realize the proposed design is both wider and slightly taller than the existing home. I'm also well aware the staff typically does not approve wider and taller additions. We're asking that you consider what is before you and see if you feel it is reasonable under the circumstances. We feel this design has minimal impact on surrounding properties. The left side of this property butts up to an alley that backs up to the commercial buildings on 12 South. And also I'll say that if the second floor was lowered, the additional 13 inches resulting design, if you find this design basically acceptable, resulting design, if that was lowered, would be almost identical to what's before you today. The owner and I are here available to answer questions. We're requesting approval of the design that's before you today. Thank you.
Thank you, Preston. We may have questions for you in a little bit.
Okay.
I do have one question, Preston, and The question is, the 10-foot first floor ceiling height,
Yes.
was that existing prior to the addition, or was that part of the addition?
That was the way that addition was built. You've got the main floor of the house. When you get back to the back of the original house, it steps down 30 inches because of the grade on the lot for that addition, and it was built with a 10-foot ceiling. That was what was in the original plans by the other designer.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else? Okay. Open public hearing. Anyone here to speak on this project? Otherwise, we will close public hearing. Right? Commissioners, discussion? That was a lot to absorb, Preston.
What's that?
That was a lot to absorb.
Yeah,
Happy to explain something clearer if you need that.
yeah, probably it's good to stay up, just in case.
I thought I might.
Yeah, it's a tough case because, because I know they've done I know Preston, and I see the valiant attempt to try to make what's there work. What we're just up against, and I'm restating the obvious, is that if we approve it, it's just something totally that we would typically not approve. So that's why it's a little bit more challenging for us. I do see all the effort, though, that you and the owner put in to try to make this work. So, I'm trying to look at it in that regard, but it is tough, because after it's built, then it's a precedent, whether we like it or not. So. But anyway, I wanted to restate the obvious there a little bit before I dug into this.
Yeah, and just, going on that, and again, it is a tough one just because, the homeowner involved and everything that has happened, but, and then on the other side of the coin, it's not really our charge to figure out how you get 3 bedrooms on a second-story addition to a one-story house, which is honestly something that we would never approve, this design. So the fact that it's already been built and they're making it smaller, obviously this is a great attempt at that, but looking at it just as, if this were an application to come across our table, I would vote no for it, so that's where I'm standing on it. But that does make it harder in this situation, sure, just, yeah.
The error was on construction side before you came in. Let's just be really clear on that.
Yes,
You were brought in
I had no
after.
involvement in this until last month's meeting, and I was here on another case, and Mr. Hudson saw me here, and we got to talking, and that's why I'm here today.
So does the applicant have any kind of recourse back to the construction company or contractor?
I believe he does. Would you like to speak? Yeah, I can say so. This is Alan Hudson.
How are y'all?
Can you just state, just make sure?
My
you
name's
state-
Dallin Hudson, owner of CDH Properties.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, my contractor, it was somebody I'd been working with for 5 years, and he had been telling me things were getting approved and everything was going great. And this was my first one in 12 South, in the historic neighborhood that I've been a part of as a developer. I've been a part of multiple other ones as an agent, and he was the contractor on it. So logically, I thought, hey, he's a great person to do this. He's done 3 or 4, and so I'm about to pull him off the project and hire a different contractor to come in to finish the work. Probably somebody like Richard Bacon or somebody like that I know y'all have worked with before. And so I'm just trying to make it right and trying to make it where I can still salvage the deal and keep moving forward and keep 12 South. And so if y'all have any questions, feel free to ask.
Yes, so still, I don't think I've answered.
Oh, yeah.
The question is, this is out of our purview in terms of how we deal with contractor, but so are you saying that your contractor is willing to deal with this with you?
He claims he is. I've not taken any legal action yet because that's not me.
Right, that's out of our purview as
right,
well,
right.
but just to say, we know you're trying your best, and again, a valiant effort.
Yeah.
Just having this for public hearing so that there's communication to you and your contractor as well. That your contractor hears that we are questioning that
Yes,
part.
yes, absolutely. He's listening to it right now. He wasn't able to be here. So.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you both.
Okay. I agree with Brian and Caitlin's comments so far. I think it needs to go back to the drawing board to come into compliance with what would actually be approved for this house, one-story house and situation and the lot that it's in. So I'm ready to make a motion unless there's someone else.
If you're ready.
With respect to 1207 Dallas Avenue, I move for disapproval and approve the staff recommendation of disapproval.
There's a motion.
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, so the motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. These are not all fun in games. They're obviously serious applications for a lot of people. And the next one is no different. So the next item on the agenda today is at 1000 Paris Avenue. The property is at the corner of Paris and 10th Avenue South in the Waverly Belmont Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. And in 2016, an addition and an outbuilding to this house were approved. Permits were approved administratively. The addition, I'll show the site plan there, was to have a small footprint, and that was later revised to have no footprint for the addition. It was just going to be a dormer. And the outbuilding at the rear of the lot was to have a 10-foot rear setback, 3-foot side setback, and approximately 35 feet between the house and the garage. The outbuilding ended up getting built with a 25-foot rear setback, leaving only 20 feet between the house and the garage. Essentially, it was slid 15 feet forward on the lot. And although it wasn't approved, the guidelines require 20 feet of separation between house and outbuilding, and it still met that guideline. So staff determined during the inspection that it still met the guidelines. So construction, the inspection was marked okay, and construction proceeded, and essentially was completed. And then in March of 2018, staff observed that a pergola had been constructed in the space between the house and the outbuilding. Sometimes we can look at a structure like that, a pergola, and this one has, it's not attached to either building. You know, it's very, very close. You know, maybe you could slide a pencil between the house and the, or between the pergola and either of the structures. But it is freestanding. It doesn't have a solid roof. It just has rafters, and it has open sides. So we decided it wasn't an attachment to the house or garage, and we chose to let that go. And then there's an overhead of the pergola between the house and garage. In June of this year, we observed the applicant had continued to alter the space in between by keeping the posts of that pergola, but adding a pitched roof and solid walls with doors and windows. We could not look at this as a temporary or detached freestanding structure. It's a full-fledged addition, and it's cut and flashed into the back of the house. Typically, so looking at it as an addition to the house, typically single-story additions need to be stepped in 12 inches from the side of a house, 2 feet for a second-story addition or a two-story addition. But this is only stepped in about the width of a corner board, and that is a relatively minor issue that, you know, we can make an exception or an allowance on in many cases. And here you would say certainly that the height of the addition is subordinate to the house. But there are other issues, so this is not something that we could retroactively approve or say met the guidelines. And the majority of the issue is there because of the relationship between the outbuilding and the house, because the outbuilding was not built where it was originally proposed to be built. As I said earlier, the guidelines typically require there to be 20 feet between a house and an outbuilding. The way this is constructed, there from the back corner of the addition to the outbuilding, the space is just 2 feet, and they are so close that the roof of the addition hangs over the roof of the outbuilding, so the gutters kind of overlap one another. And so, 2 feet separation is between an outbuilding is kind of negligible when the guidelines require 20 feet. Oops, I skipped ahead one. And in fact, it's so close, and there's really nothing, that break is, like I said, a negligible break between the house and the outbuilding. It gives the appearance from most angles of it being a continuous structure. House, addition, and then an addition continuing with an attached garage with a total depth of over 100 feet. That's longer. The appearance of the addition being longer front to back than the house, and 100 feet being greater than the depth of any houses nearby, and an attached garage in a situation like this is not something that would typically be approved. The result is not an appropriately scaled addition to the house. It's not compatible with the scale, with the character of the surrounding context, and it doesn't meet the design guidelines. Staff recommends disapproval of the rear addition as constructed, finding that the addition does not meet the guidelines for the Waverly Belmont Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay, sections 4A, 1B, 3B1, 4B, 3C2, 3H6A, 3H6D, which are outbuilding, rhythm of spacing. And staff recommends that the addition should be removed within 60 days.
Any questions for Sean?
Yeah, just quick. So Sean, just as a recap, the original house, they added the outbuilding that was moved up or moved closer to the house than originally planned or originally approved, but it was approved as it was happening by staff, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So now that exists, the house exists. In that situation, so now you're saying, now they've added an addition, but we wouldn't, obviously we would never, this would be a situation where you can't build that's what we're saying. You can't build an addition on this house because it's too close to the outbuilding. That's essentially just what has happened. Okay, because I was just making sure
Among other
Yeah.
problems with it. Among other
yeah,
problems with it.
but just that's essentially, this is a house that wouldn't be applicable for an addition due to the fact that there's an outbuilding so close to the house already.
Yeah, we look at existing conditions when we approve
Yeah.
or recommend approval for additions. And sometimes if there's an existing building on the lot, we might say, the guidelines require 20 feet, but there's not 20 feet in this case.
Yeah, got it.
But, it's not like this addition or the outbuilding had been there for a long time. It was part of the original site plan. So it was, they were conceived of and designed and submitted as part of a single application in 2016. And then
Thanks.
essentially the situation is self-imposed is how we look at this one.
Okay.
Sean, I have a question for you, too. If I heard you correctly, you said that when the freestanding pergola was constructed, that you found that could be acceptable. So when you say remove the addition, does that allow them to keep that freestanding pergola, or is it the entire addition?
Yeah, the pergola is something that I wouldn't say that we chose not to. We were lenient in allowing it, I think, in the first place. It is what it is. It's not, as I said, it doesn't have enclosed sides. It doesn't have a covered solid roof. Typically, a structure like that, if it's over 100 square feet, would get a building permit in addition to a preservation permit. It just probably would have been more, the time involved in enforcing that seemed like, I guess we just kind of decided to not make a big deal out of it.
Well, if we understand, the leniency was because it was not a permanent structure.
Yes, that was our rationale.
Didn't have a roof, didn't have sides, as you said, so,
Yes.
Not connected to the rest of the building.
right, and not connected to the rest of the house.
And
They
then,
could be removed at some point.
is there, in our packet, there's a little info underneath the recommendation is about the
Yes.
August 9th, some
we
new
can-
developments, or?
We can disregard that for the time being. Yes, that's another matter that the applicant has withdrawn.
Okay.
They could come back and request again a request for accommodation, but not with the current application. Or not with the current discussion, I should say.
Okay. Anything else before we move to the applicant?
Yeah. Yes, I'm good for it.
Okay, all right.
Hi, I'm David Kleinfelter, the firm of Reno and Kavanaugh. Larry Swoops is here. He's the homeowner. I wanted to kind of start from that last little bit. The ADA issue came up because, frankly, the whole reason for this is that Mr. Swoops needs a covering on this porch in order to walk back and forth between the two because he is disabled. We were told it would be a 30-day delay, and we wanted to just go ahead and see if we can work some things out. So I want to kind of cover a few things real quick first. Since I became involved, we've never been asking for approval of what's there. We understood how that works and said, okay, those are walls, you can't do that. And I guess also address the location of the garage, as you noted. It is where it was approved. It's not where it was originally approved, but it was approved by staff. That came out specifically, it was staked, and before the builder that Mr. Swoops was using came out and built it, he had him approve the stake location. The pergola, unless there's some other language in your guidelines, it's simply not covered. The pergola is neither habitable space, nor is it something that's higher than the existing building, and that's very clearly what is counted as an addition. Nothing else is within your guidelines. I mean, staff may want to review things, but they have to be in the guideline before you have legal authority to tell people what they can and can't do. So it's not a leniency. It's simply not part of your guidelines. Like I said, we're not asking for approval of what it is. I wanted to come today. I don't expect to be approved the way it is. We have plans that we submitted saying, hey, we'd like to do it this way. We've been talking about it. Quite honestly, we did not get those to staff until yesterday, and I'm told we can't give them to you per your rules. It makes it entirely screen. There are no walls. It pulls the whole rooftop back about 6 feet from the garage to allow for some separation, complete transparency. I frankly, again, I hadn't really looked at your all's guidelines before, but I don't know that it's covered either because it is neither adding an addition that exceeds the height of the existing building, which is one of the requirements, nor is it enclosed habitable space. So I don't think it even is covered. That's why screen porches, I don't know if you review them frequently, but I'm not entirely sure that you should. If there's a provision that I'm missing in your regs, it very clearly has those two things under the definition of addition, and this is neither. But I wanted to just quick give you a background so that there wasn't sort of a prejudicial decision or prejudicial kind of feeling about this today. It's like, I know a lot of this sort of, they didn't pay any attention. Well, Awanda Swoop's grandmother bought this house in 1967. And so this is the third generation ownership of this house. Awanda and Larry Swoops now own it. This isn't an investor. This isn't a developer. It's just a third generation homeowner who's trying to figure out what to do with their house. Don't have an architect on call. They don't have a professional contractor that works for them every day. They renovated the house, did go through the process, spent thousands of dollars, worked with staff, and you saw what the house looks like now. built a deck with a pergola, which again is not within the guidelines, period. And Mr. Swoops, who I should mention, he's a veteran, sold houses for Village, and then basically his doctor said, you got to stop walking around. So he's disabled at home. Still likes to do things here and there, but he's disabled, and because he's disabled, he needs to have this deck covered so he can get from house to garage without it being wet or icy, if there's ever ice again. It's hard to imagine today. But so he needed to cover it. Got bad advice. We absolutely recognize he got bad advice from a friend who did work for Metro but didn't know, and said, no, you don't need a permit to cover your porch. So went forward, and that was very much bad advice because we are where we are. Been trying to get revised plans in, as I said. We have these plans. It's complete transparency, not in the process, in the building. It's just screen on either side. I'm expecting that staff and we will come to some sort of, we'll get close, and we may need to be back to sort of fine tune it. I've been told there's a certain width they're okay with. I'm worried about other things, design and other things with respect to that width. So we probably will be back. I did want Mr. Swoops to definitely be here because he and his wife have a long planned, as he referred to it to me, his wife's anniversary. It's also her birthday trip for that week. So he is not going to be here. We have already 15 or 20 signatures from neighbors who are in support of frankly, the way it is now. But that I realized you could have 1,000 neighbors, and if it's 100% in violation, it doesn't matter. But so we're also going to let them know that it's screened. I think that's it. Like I said, we will be pulling it back. It's about 6 feet pulled back. It's got screen on both sides. And at that point, it's just going to have no impact. It's also, I realize fences don't mean it's not visible. It's the misfortune of having been on the corner here since 1967, and all of a sudden the rules change. We're not grandfathered. There's nothing like that, so we just have to live with it. But I think we're hoping to fix that process with something that again is at least arguably within the guidelines or outside of them altogether.
Okay.
Any questions?
Are you asking for basically a deferral then for the next meeting so that the drawings can be resubmitted?
I have been before almost every land use board in Nashville but historic before, and I asked about that, and they said, no, it has to be considered. So I'm not really quite, the process here is a little more rigid and such than I'm used to. So I'm not sure, yes, we'd love a deferral so that but it almost seems like semantics. I mean, when we come in, you implicitly will be saying, you got to change what's there. So we really don't care. That's why I wanted to be here. I almost thought about putting it on consent and saying, yeah, we're fine. But I wanted to be able to sort of add our 2 cents to the record.
I can add to that.
Say so?
Yeah. It is, we said that it couldn't be deferred because it is a violation. So it needs your eyes on it and your decision on it. The application that is before you, because that's what we understood when we received it, is to keep what is there now. So my understanding is they're not asking to do that. So you would probably make a decision or turn to legal counsel, but your decision would be based on what is there now.
Just, Rob, I don't know there ever was any application per se, was there? I mean, there was a notice, we got a show cause email, so I'm not sure we ever actually filed anything. We're going to submit plans.
Well, you didn't submit any other plans until yesterday, so we could only go with.
Okay, yeah, so I'm just saying that plan wasn't an application. We've been trying to, yeah.
Proposal before you here today, whatever
Right.
you'd like to call it, is to keep what's there, because that's all we had until yesterday.
Okay. Give us a moment.
Thank you.
Open public hearing. Anyone? Anyone? Okay. Close public hearing. More discussions?
My question is if we say that this is in violation and we agree with staff, then if they go back and redo it where they think it, and work with staff so they revise it so that staff is in agreement, then, I mean, it seems like we would come to the same result.
Well, hopefully not the same result,
I mean,
but
the same result as deferring and rehearing.
Yeah.
A resolution.
Yeah.
Right. A resolution to the
Yeah.
issue. Right.
We just can't technically defer because it's a
Exactly, but I'm just trying to help them get there. And so they would, if we decline this and agree with staff and you go back and you work with staff and get it so it's in compliance, I would think that that would be the same thing as a deferral and working with staff. So that's just my suggestion.
Yeah, if I could
I
jump
think
in,
that's-
you absolutely can, you can choose to defer if you'd like. I don't know that there's any point because they're not even asking for what is before you today anyway.
Again, we have to remind ourselves is what is the project in front of us and what have we reviewed? So if they have a new plan that we haven't seen and it's not here today, then they can come back later.
Right, and I think that's a, I
Right.
think that's a good compromise. Cheryl, what do you think?
And I really appreciate Mr. Swoop's, initiative on this. I regret that he got the bad advice before, but clearly we've had several similar constructions before us in the past, and we've been really consistent on how we've dealt with those. So I think that it sounds like we'll get to resolution if we move ahead, but I think we do have to take action on this, but I appreciate his willingness to work with staff and to
Yeah.
come to a reconciliation on this.
And I think based on their presentation, I mean, they know understand what they need to do. So I would, unless there's more discussion, I'd like to make a motion that we agree with staff recommendation for disapproval.
Second.
Motion, there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Any opposed? Legal is motioning. So
You got the vote?
when we took the vote.
Okay. Did you get the, okay. I wanted to
we still
just
discuss.
address a couple of things. You all kind of jumped into the discussion right away, and that's great. I do need to just address a couple of things that were mentioned, just so that the board is aware. The code refers to your authority under 1740-410, and it talks about your authority to determine the appropriateness of architectural design and features and appurtenances related to any new structure or improvement. The word structure is very important here because it's defined by the zoning code in section 1704-060 as a structure is anything constructed above or below ground. So it would include screening porches, and arguably it could include pergolas. At least that argument is out there. Reasonable advisor might could differ as to whether or not that's necessary, but I think there's enough in the code certainly to approve screened-in porches, and so I wanted to clarify that for the board. I also needed to just clarify as it related to the ADA piece that was mentioned. It was not sought after today, but it was mentioned, so I think I would be remiss if I didn't address that before the board, just so that you have some comfort in how that process, what that process looks like, because we had never actually had a request for that before that this board had in any way been involved in. And so 1740-110 deals with that, and that process, if a person wants to make an ADA request, is to go through the zoning administrator for the codes department, and there's a process that is set out in the code, and it does include a 30-day time period. So that's what that looks like, and I just thought I need to mention this to the board since those items have been mentioned, and you have never had a case where those items have been mentioned before, but it doesn't affect your decision. You've already made it, and that's fine. I just wanted the board to be aware.
Thank you for that.
Yes, very appropriate. We will duly note that. Thank you. Okay, I think we've concluded on 1000 Paris Avenue. Thank you again.
If you don't mind, I'll just present from here on the next one for 300 Broadway.
Okay.
The application is to allow for colored building illumination for lighting fixtures already permitted on the facades of the building and to retain colored rooftop lighting installed without a permit. The location and direction of lighting fixtures on the facade have been approved with the administrative permit. However, lighting was also installed on the rooftop addition without a permit. The design guidelines allow for exterior lighting if it is concealed or unobtrusive. The lighting on the rooftop addition is inappropriate as the addition should be as minimally visible as possible. Illumination on the top of the addition will only draw attention to the new construction, which is not the intent of the design guidelines for rooftop additions, which state that additions should not be visually jarring or contrasting to the historic building. In addition, light should be directed towards the facade rather than outwards, and the lighting on the rooftop is directed away from the building and is therefore inappropriate. Staff recommends removal of the lighting of the addition that's on the addition. The drawings note that the light changes color. Illumination should be white, as colored lights change the color of the building and would detract from the historic character of the building. Changing the color of the building with illumination does not meet Section T1 of the design guideline, which calls for lighting to be unobtrusive. Just a little reminder and background, especially for some of the newer commissioners who weren't here in 2017, when this issue first came up. Staff researched the issue of colored building illumination and held a charrette, which included presentations from lighting expert Anthony Dinami, preservation consultant Phil Thomason, sign manufacturer Bobby Jocelyn, State Historic Preservation Office Representative Dan Brown, and planning staff member Andrew Collins. The State Historic Preservation Office recommended that lighting not be allowed to be colored, and the planning department also said that colored lighting did not meet the intent of the DTC, where this building is located, as it would increase visual clutter. In addition to hosting the charrette, staff did a good bit of research on how other cities have addressed this issue, and most haven't because they simply haven't been asked for it. But Denver and New Orleans did have extensive research and planning, and their guidelines take colored lighting into account. This is the guideline that is in the Denver guidelines. Use illumination with a warm white light, which does not distort the color of building materials and finishes. And then in New Orleans, it says, colored lighting typically produced with a colored bulb or light with a colored filter, while intended to be theatrical, often creates a visual spectacle and disharmonious atmosphere that has no connection to the color of the building itself or the historic district. As a result, the use of an intentionally colored bulb or filter is not allowed in the Vieux Carré. So those are just some of the things you took into account when you voted on a building and signage policy on August 16, 2017. And that policy states that colored bulbs or filters are not appropriate. Warm white light that does not distort the color of the building's material or finishes is appropriate. And then this italicized information provides additional clarification for design guideline T1. If lighting is installed, it should be concealed or simple and unobtrusive in design, materials, and relationship to other facade or elevation elements. No other buildings within the district have been approved for colored building illumination. Staff recommends disapproval of the request to retain colored building illumination and recommends that the rooftop lighting installed without a permit be removed, finding that the proposal does not meet Section 2T of the design guidelines for lighting in the Broadway Historic Preservation Zoning Overlay. And it is my understanding that maybe at least one member has had conversations with the other people about this project outside of the public hearing. So I was hoping legal counsel could remind us of the rule on that.
Certainly. You do have a rule on ex parte communications under Section 4C. Ex parte, it reads, ex parte communications. The Commission's role in such matters not subject to council approval is quasi-judicial and binding. As such, members shall not have ex parte contact with anyone regarding these items if they are pending before the Commission. If inadvertent contact does occur on quasi-judicial matters, the member of the Commission shall report on that contact in the full Commission prior to any action on the matter. Commission members are free to discuss any items with members of the Historic Zoning Commission staff.
Is there anyone who has had any conversations and would like to disclose that?
Me? Oh, somebody else?
Yeah, I mean, I think mine would fall into the, kind of inadvertent category. No extensive conversations have happened, but I did work in this building for years prior to it being a bar. It was our office. Therefore, it came up in conversations, but no, it was over the last several years. Not this week, since it's actually been on the agenda, has it come up, but just the, mentions of the case, and then no detailed conversations.
Thank you for that.
Okay, that pretty much falls in line with my communication. I'm involved with, on the board of 3 different organizations in the downtown core of the historic areas as well. And it was just a It was just a question about whether this case had been decided or not. Now my question is, do we have to say who asked us this question?
Well, it says, the commission member shall report on that matter in full.
All right, so in full, it was Brian Taylor who asked me, so.
Does that in any way affect your ability to hear the case and be impartial and objective?
It does
in
not.
The information that you're going to be providing?
It does not.
Okay.
And same for you?
Same for me. It doesn't affect my ability to be impartial on this case.
Thank you, Bob.
But does she have to disclose who told her?
I mean,
Who talked to her about it?
General conversation.
just general conversation about the building, you know,
I think she said that it
the
occurred.
architect, you know, I mean,
Did you say that it occurred before
it
this
wasn't even on the
matter?
agenda. Yeah, that's just been over the years since it's been a
Oh, right.
thing, you know,
Yeah,
since
I think she said
2017.
it was
It hasn't even been since it's been noticed on the agenda. No one has
Right.
even,
Okay.
no one's contacted me in
That's
the
the
last
difference.
week. Yeah.
A little bit distinct
Okay.
short there, but thank you.
Anyone else?
I just want to be real clear about
Thank you. Yes,
the
ma'am.
rules here, and that I understand them.
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
No others? Okay. I think legal, sorry. I think the applicant is here.
Okay. Thank you for the discussion.
Good afternoon. I'm Erica Garrison, outside counsel for the applicant Ryman Hospitality Group, and hopefully no one has heard from me. Before you is our request to allow the building at 300 Broadway to have red lights on the cornice in the upper half of the building in limited spots. David Plummer is going to explain to you why this particular building's historic character and the character of the district as a whole will not be impacted by this application and our request. I believe you have letters of support in your packet from others in the area. But for a brief moment, I wanted to describe to you from a legal perspective why I think you could approve this if you chose to do so. The Secretary of the Interior's guidelines do not regulate the color of light bulbs on historic buildings. There's absolutely nothing in the guidelines that addresses this issue. In fact, the guidelines are focused on the structure and the architectural features and not on features like light bulbs that are not permanent and do not alter the structure itself. The Metro Code and the state law also do not indicate that the Historic Zoning Commission has the authority to review light color. Again, both state law and the guidelines are focused on the structure itself and physical alterations to the structure. In fact, in 2017, even the State Historical Commission provided a memorandum to Metro indicating that the washing of building and colored lights is not something covered by the Secretary of the Interior's standards. And they went on to indicate that colored lighting is not a cut and dried case, indicating that the washing of a building in colored light may obscure historic features of a building, making them appear non-historic, and that permanent washing could be considered a change in the historic character of the building. But again, it wasn't definitive, and it left room for a case-by-case analysis, which is what we are advocating for today. In 2017, even the public comments associated with colored lights overwhelmingly established that illumination of the building was not perceived by the public as being a concerning issue. 9 of the 13 participants indicated colored lighting was not a problem. Despite this backdrop, italicized provisions were added to the guidelines for Broadway, indicating that colored light is inappropriate. This guidance is not officially a part of the guidelines, so it could be deviated from. In fact, the official language of the guidelines only requires lighting be simple and unobtrusive, as Robin has already indicated to you. That is a flexible standard that requires a fact-specific inquiry. In this case, the light fixtures, which you have seen, have already been permitted on the cornice of the building and the lower portion. We're only debating in that case whether or not a switch can be flipped to allow red lights. The red lights should not be a problem in this particular case because there's nothing binding in the guidelines, the Secretary of Interior standards, state law, or the code that gives the Commission the explicit requirement that they must or can regulate the color of lighting. And in this case, colored lighting has zero impact on the building or its historic character.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commission. My name is David Plummer. I'm an architect at Centric Architecture. Ryman Hospitality Properties asked that I help give them some advice and some insight from the standpoint of an architect on this question at hand. So I want to touch on 3 points, some of which Ms. Garrison already touched on. But the first I would say is that in our industry, we design to the code. So when we work on a project, for example, with the building code, we consult with the plans review department and say, okay, for example, right now we're under the 2012 building code. If they're going to change that, they tend to give about 6 months notice. And if a project is in design and the code is changing or the guidelines are changing, we can go and talk to them and say, hey, we're already under design here. Are we okay to design under this code or that code? In this particular case, Tuck Hinton Architects designed this project for Ryman Hospitality Properties and completed the design and submitted the design under the guidelines at the time, which had no mention of the color of the illumination at the time. That was in April of 2017. After receiving this submission, the commission or the staff or the board, I don't know because I wasn't in the middle of it, decided that this was an open question, held the charrette, which Ms. Garrison referenced, in which 9 out of 13 of the historic preservation professionals present said, and I'll read this here, colored illumination could not have a negative effect on the historic character of an individual building. That's a quote from the minutes from the charrette. And then the guidelines were changed after the design was complete and in compliance. So relative to a concern which I know that the board has in all your cases about setting problematic precedent, the only real precedent here, if the board were to allow these lights to stay as red rather than white, would be that the board followed the guidelines that were in force when it was designed, which didn't mention the color of the lights. And then the second point is, I think we all know, and we saw some pictures, and you all are all familiar with Lower Broadway, every building in this particular historic district has colored light on it. Now, all of that light at the moment comes off of all the crazy neon signs. Ryman Hospitality Properties made a decision in conjunction with Tuck Hinton that they wanted to be a little more tasteful and subtle and go with the color of the floodlighting rather than with a crazy bright, colorful sign. A crazy bright, colorful sign is completely within the guidelines, and there are rules and guidelines in place. That's not what they did. But every building has colored lights on it. They're just not building illumination, they're signage. But so I think that there's a point there. Sorry. And then the last thing, which Ms. Garrison also mentioned, is the Secretary of the Interior standards. We all know this is kind of I mean, y'all are professionals at this. You know as well as I do that the design lines come from state law, which references the Secretary of Interior standards, and there are 10 points on that. I'm going to read 5 of them. The removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided. That did not happen. Distinctive features, finishes, and construction techniques or examples of craftsmanship shall be preserved. That happened. Chemical or physical treatments, such as sandblasting, that cause damage to historic materials shall not be used. That wasn't a problem. New additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. Also not a problem. New additions or related new construction shall be undertaken in such a manner that, if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. Obviously, changing the color of lighting, that isn't going to cause any permanent damage. Again, just kind of in the common sense category, I think that we all know that the color of light that falls on a building does not damage the building. If red light damaged the historic architecture that we all work to preserve, then every time there was a beautiful sunset, we would all, architects and commissioners, be running out there and putting up sheets to protect our architecture from the red light. And, you know, that's not how it is. So I just kind of wanted to, I realize that today's hearing is not a hearing on the rule. We're not talking about changing the rule here. I am questioning the rule. I'll acknowledge that. But in terms of precedent and the rules that were in force, when the design was executed and submitted, the color of the light was not part of the guidelines. So I feel that you could approve that as being consistent with the rules at the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Open public hearing. Close public hearing. Commissioners?
Robin, that, the main point, can you just walk us through that? Was it approved before we made the guideline? Can you just walk us through that step?
Sure. Yeah, the guidelines do exist for lighting, and it says it should be unobtrusive. But as you know, your design guidelines are guidelines. They're not hard and fast rules the way the code is, the way the zoning code is. So there's no way for them to address every single possibility that anyone might ever conceive. So when this was asked, that's when you then asked for deferral, and we reviewed, did the research, and that's when you came up with the policy. So it's a little bit different than change in code. Does that answer your question?
So before how do I say it? Did we approve the policy before it was done, I guess I'd say? Is that right?
Permit?
Yeah, before, yeah.
You approved the policy, and then they submitted an application for white lights, and those were approved. Those fixtures went up, and then they turned red.
That's
So
a
the red
violation.
happened after the policy was approved.
Yes.
And I just want to point out, I remember that meeting specifically, and I was new to the commission, and I told Mr. Tuck, I said, I love the red lights. I think they look great. But I remember that was the point of the contention of why we had to defer it, because there was some talk about how we were going to handle this. And so that was my recollection of why it was deferred, is because of the question about the lights.
Exactly.
And so that's my recollection.
The commission didn't want to make a decision without thoroughly doing the research and thinking it through.
Right.
And I would argue that prior to that lighting charrette and then our rules, I would argue that the new rules just give further guidance.
Right.
And I would argue that even prior, when it was just the Secretary of the Interior standards, that lighting be simple and unobtrusive, I would argue that that means white lighting. So I think
Right.
we had just never gotten to a point of having an application or a violation for red light, a want for colored lighting, any color, outside of signage, of course. But so, I would argue that even prior, I don't think there's been a change in the rule. I think there's been a clarification and more guidance now that that is a want that they've come up with again, So I would say even prior to that, the Secretary of the Interior standard is simple and unobtrusive. To me, I think that means warm white lighting or, so I don't think this has been a change necessarily, just more clarification for applicants and for us to follow.
Before you, if I could interrupt, I'm sorry. Chairman, I think there may be someone from the public who does want to speak.
Okay.
If you're interested in reopening the public hearing.
Would we like to hear that?
Sure.
Can we just have one more discussion before we hear that, too? Oh, shoot, I forgot. Okay, well, it'll come back.
Well, I have something to say on it. I love Ryman Hospitality. Y'all were my first employee, and you've done a great job with things that you've done downtown with the Ryman and the Wild Horse. And I used to live on 2nd Avenue, and I looked at that building every day for 4 years. My bedroom looked out over that building. I'm just delighted with the building. I think it looks great. The concern I have is that the next building is going to want to put purple lights. The next building is going to want to put yellow lights. The next building is going to want to put pink lights. And so I just want to let you know, I love what you do, what you've done down here, and I really wish that we could take this as a separate issue. So I just want to let you know that.
Yeah, thank you. And I do remember now that the violation is because the permit was for white light, and then the applicant changed to red. So that is a question to me why that happened.
Me too. That's my number one question.
Yes.
Looking at the permit right now.
That's right.
It says in capital letters at the top, white lights on.
Right.
And then they installed lighting that they had indicated that was to be removed, was installed.
They installed lighting, yet they
At the
did not
rooftop.
request, yeah.
At the rooftop. So that's also an issue for me.
Yep, yep.
I too recall those conversations, the charrette, the application that was here before us. And I think that the commission and the staff acted with a great deal of seriousness and deliberation and diligent process to bring in the public, to bring in experts, and to evaluate the situation. We heard from both the applicant's representatives and agents, as well as outside people with experience in other cities that are noted for their historic structures. And so I feel like it was deliberately debated, and the decision at that point in time was to approve the white lighting, which is what was approved. And so.
Right. We're going to open public hearing again. Would that person like to come forward? And please state your name and
Hi,
address.
my name is Scott Lynn. I'm General Counsel for Ryman Hospitality. I wanted to clarify one point. But again, thank you for hearing us today. We appreciate what you do for the city, and we know this is a difficult matter for everybody. On the permit piece, I did want to point out that we submitted the permit. The guidelines were updated midstream, and the reason we sought for approval for white lights only was because that we were ready to open the building. The only thing holding the certificate of occupancy from opening the building was this permit, and we could not take any more time to work with the commission. We had gotten from them that they weren't willing to approve anything except for white, so we had to make a business decision to approve, to submit for white and receive our building permit. So if we lose today, we'll be turning back the lights white in the interim while we work on everything else. But I do want to make that one point, is that we were never really happy with the white lighting. It was the fact that was the only thing we were going to be able to receive from the staff recommendation. So we wanted to clarify that point, and thank you for your time.
Okay. Thank you for your time as well. All right. Shall we make a motion?
Sure. I move that with respect to 300 Broadway that we accept staff recommendations.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed, the motion passes. Again, applicant, thank you very much. We know we've seen this several times now, but we'll just keep working at it. Thank you.
All right, the next application on the agenda is for 111 4th Avenue South. This is also for a violation. The building at 111 4th Avenue South was constructed prior to 1897 and contributes to the historic character of the Broadway Historic Preservation Zoning Overlay. This is a request for painted signage that was added to a building without permits. The applicant requests to keep the signs as is, their current size and location. The design guidelines state that all painting of masonry, whether for signage, to change the color of the building, or for artwork, shall be reviewed by the Metro Historic Zoning Commission. All right, so here is the painted sign on the side facade. The painted signs do not meet the design guidelines for location and allotment. So the two signs were installed, one on the left side, which is what we see here. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant to be on this one. So while it is appropriate, and both are located at the ground level. So while it's appropriate for painted signs to be located on the rear or secondary facades, as we see here, the design guidelines do state that painted signs should not be located at the ground level, as is the case for both of these signs. Staff finds that the painted signs, as installed, don't meet the design guidelines for location, since they are both on the upper level. Here is a close-up of the sign added to the left side facade and the one to the rear. The signs also don't meet the design guidelines for allotment. The total area of the painted signs installed together is 245 square feet. Per the design guidelines, a painted sign should not be more than 125 square feet in size. The commission has interpreted this to be the maximum allotment for the building as a whole. So since the signs installed without permits nearly double the maximum size, staff finds that the painted signs do not meet the design guideline for allotment, since they exceed that by 120 square feet. Staff recommends disapproval of the painted signs, finding that the location and allotment do not meet Section 2 rehab paint and 4 signage of the design guidelines for the Broadway Historic Preservation Zoning Overlay. Furthermore, staff recommends that the murals or signs be painted over within 30 days with a paint color to be approved by and permitted by staff. So,
All right, questions?
Melissa, what is it in our packet about a chimney?
Oh, that is the next case. That is for a show cause hearing for work done differently
the
than
same
permitted.
building.
So
Got
yeah,
it.
same building,
Wrong case.
separate.
We'll get to it,
So this is a violation.
Got it.
These signs were added without any permits from us.
Got it. Okay, is the applicant here?
How you doing? My name is Jim Rowan. I work for and own Sign Me Up. We're a commercial sign company. We did all the signs and designs for losers downtown. And I'm just going to give you a quick history of where we were with this. When we did the sign up front, we did the big neon sign on the front of it. At that time, the owners had two sides of that building, and one is a real dirty alley, and the other one it goes into a parking lot, and it's like buried behind a bunch of stuff. So the sides of the building didn't look very good for him. So he had an idea that he goes, hey, let's get up some of those photo op, murals that they put up. So that's what we were considering them. And as we looked at them, we thought, well, they're just murals. We really didn't look at them as signage. Most of the time, if you look at the one on the one side, like even with what you saw in the pictures there, you can't even read the guy. I mean, it does have the losers on there, but it's on the postcard. It's a dress. It's really small. And then the other one, it's just some big boots. You've seen the girls stand underneath them and get their pictures taken. So that's what we were looking at. We didn't consider them signage, and they're being applied as signage. And that's why we didn't really look at it. But we just designed it, and there was a mural artist that painted them. So we didn't actually paint them. So that's why, as far as location and things like that. But on a mural, like we look downtown, and there's a bunch of them that are on the ground level as far as murals, and that's why we didn't really consider this. And that's kind of where we're at. So that's why we're looking for something like this. The one being on the one with the boots on it, it's so far in the back of the building that it's literally it's in a back parking lot. You have to walk almost to the very back of the building to see it. Typically what was back there was garbage, and we just cleaned it up and gave it a spot for them to take pictures. And then the other one with the postcard on it, it mostly just says Nashville on it. And, there's been literally thousands of pictures taken in front of it with Nashville as a postcard behind it. And I'd tell you probably of those 1,000 pictures taken, probably none of them realized it actually said the return address, and that's how small it is on it, says losers. So that's pretty much that's where we're at. And that's why I would like to get them just approved the way they are. They're not meant to be advertising or anything. They're just, downtown tourist photo opportunities.
Afternoon, my name is Matt DeVries. I'm counsel for the applicant, and I just wanted to thank you for looking at this issue. And I think from a timing perspective, why there wasn't an application in the first place was just explained by Jim, that this was art. It was a mural. And when we got the notice, I immediately go to the guidelines and I say, okay, what guidelines are applicable here? And they're being applicable under the signage. And so when I look at the signage, I want to go back to, why do we have these guidelines? The purpose of the guidelines, when you look at page 6 of the guidelines, when we talk about all our design guidelines, whether it's rehabilitation, whether it's demolition, whether it's new construction, you look at point 3, to create an aesthetic appearance which complements the historic buildings or other structures. Jim was just explaining what these alleys look like beforehand. We're cleaning them up, and part of that is making it aesthetically looking pleasing. 5, to strengthen the local economy. That's precisely what we're doing. All of the social media right now in this era, you look at all these type of murals and paintings on walls, they have little hashtags, and you have groups of people coming downtown. They're going downtown, they take their pictures, they do this. It's to promote the economy. 6, to promote the use in historic district for education, pleasure, welfare of the present and future citizens of Nashville. We've got droves of people coming here. So again, it was a drawing art mural. So I jump into the guidelines and start looking for art in the sign application. And Melissa did read you the signage rules, and it just said all paintings of masonry, whether for signage, to change color of building, or for artwork. That's the only mention in there. However, the guidelines go through 7 different types of signs, none of which this is. Again, the intent of the applicant plus the evidence before you looks for what we're doing, what we're asking for approval. Every single one of those signs, 60 is wall signs, page 61, awning signs, page 62, canopy signs, 63, projecting signs, 64, shingle signs, 65, monument signs, page 66, skyline signs. Those are all examples of building signs naming the building. This is a picture and a drawing. So I just jump out there yesterday afternoon, and I'll hand these to the commission. You guys can have them, but you really don't need them. Every single one of these, first level, restaurant and bar, first level. That's not a sign for the actual building. We've got on a Metro building on Broadway. You even see the hashtag Smashville Predators. These are the types of things that our tourists are coming to town to take these pictures. So I believe in Nashville. We're just replete of, in the historic district, every single one, Gibson guitars, every single one of these are out there. So I didn't go so far to figure out whether all of these had applications or not, or whether they were approved or denied, because at the end of the day, this is the standard. This is the community standard. This is what we're presenting and what we thought we were doing. So we just, from my point of view, from a legal perspective, I just know that the board or the commission can't make a decision that's arbitrary and capricious. When I've got Broadway littered with something like this, and it's not Losers Bar and Grill sign, that's the awning sign out front, that's the projecting sign out front. These are murals on the backside. I think it's certainly not within the guidelines for you to review, but if it's a matter of size, we'll take a look at that, and certainly look at variations, but we do think it's permissible, and this is art, and it's really not under the signage guidelines. So.
So just to that point, under Section 4, signage, painted signs, would you say this is painting of masonry?
I would agree with that, yes.
All right. Would you say it's signage?
Signage?
Would you say that it's signage?
As a lawyer, I don't think it's signage.
Okay, well, does it change the color of the building?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and you've said it's for artwork, so 3 of the 4 apply, and so therefore it shall be reviewed by the MHZC. Just wanted to make that point. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
Not at the moment. Open public hearing. Anyone here to speak? Please say it now. Okay, I will close public hearing.
Madam Chairman, I think with respect to this particular application and this particular issue, it's another example of being in a historic district, well aware of being in that historic district, knowing that there are guidelines, and proceeding with work that winds up being in violation of those guidelines. I don't see anything in the arguments that's been presented that obviates anything within the guidelines or our numerous prior actions on this issue throughout this district and others.
I agree with Cyril, and I would also just like to note that this particular applicant has been before this body more than once in the past and ought to know better by now, that these kinds of actions are reviewable and that they should stop and consult with staff before they invest time and money in things that they know are probably going to come back to haunt them.
I totally agree, and we have allowed some that slipped into the guidelines of Mr. Rowan's company, and And so he shouldn't, you all would save us and Nashville a whole lot of angst if you know that you're in a historic zoning overlay, if you just come talk to us. And we don't want you to have to spend money to undo things, but you know it's in a zoning overlay. You should know the guidelines, and if you don't know, please ask. And I don't know about these others that are closer to the First Avenue, whether it was done before the zoning overlay came in. Maybe, Robin, you can address that for me?
I didn't see all of them, but yes, some of them were prior to the overlay, some of them are not in the overlay.
Like the Predators sign.
And I would add, just for the record, they would be, by the code, it's my understanding, they would be considered signage because they include the name of the business and the logo of the business.
Excellent.
But even if you say they're not signage, there are guidelines for murals, and those should be on upper levels. So either direction you head, it doesn't meet the guidelines.
Agree.
I have to say that I was also under some research about murals and signage recently, and Metro Codes definitely has a line on that and guidelines, which means, again, advertising. If you have anything advertised on there, that means you need a sign permit. So I think what our commission is delicately saying is that it sets precedents for those who are in the sign business, that they should know that when they have certain properties that they're putting signage on, or neons or whatever, that they should talk to the Metro Historic Zoning Commission staff so that we are all our efforts are put in to the best of our hours. And also knowledge. So, coming before us and saying, I didn't know that, it's not acceptable. So hopefully we're setting some precedents, and hopefully people are listening to this meeting right now, because I think we all have said some really succinct points, and read your guidelines. Okay?
Madam Chairman, with respect to 111 4th Avenue South, I move that we accept staff recommendations.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Are there any opposed? None opposed. The motion passes.
All right, so continuing on, this is another matter for the same property. For 111 4th Avenue South, staff has issued a show cause hearing for work done differently than permitted by Historical Commission Permit 2018-063-543, which was issued in October 2018 for the rooftop addition. The work done differently includes alteration of chimneys, which are an historic feature. The applicant received written notice dated June 27, 2019 regarding the installation of the chimneys, the installation of the painted signs. That's what confused me. I was like, why is this saying painted signs? But we've already addressed that matter, as well as alterations to the chimneys. The violation notice stated that the chimneys were removed, but in fact, the chimneys are still located in the same locations as those labeled as existing on the plans which were approved with the preservation permit. The material of the chimneys, however, appears to have been altered. The photo that you see here on the left is taken from 2013 and shows the chimneys prior to the addition. The photo on the right was taken earlier this month. And shows the new materials. So prior to this meeting, the counsel for the applicant confirmed that the chimneys have in fact been wrapped with the new material, and that the reason for that was in order to protect the brick. Regardless, chimneys, including their locations as well as materials, are considered character-defining features of historic structures. The applicant did not request to alter the materials, and so the chimneys were not inspected by staff, nor was action taken by the commission. The requirement to retain the two chimneys near the front is documented in a couple of locations. On the preservation permit under the partial demolition heading, the permit specifically states that existing chimneys within 30 feet of the primary front wall deck area shall be retained. So there are the two existing chimneys within this area. The south elevation included with the preservation permit, which you see here, labels both as existing chimney and does not indicate any changes to the materials on the chimneys that were to remain. Also, the material of the chimney that was indicated to be extended above the new roof for the rooftop addition, material was not specified for that, and it's something that should have been approved by MHCC as part of that preservation permit. So furthermore, the memorandum and order reversing denial of the preservation permit also addresses the existing chimneys and indicates that the front two chimneys can be retained as recommended in section 2L1 of the Broadway Design Guidelines. It did not specify that materials could be altered. So the court order further stated that all chimneys existing prior to the addition were masonry, except for the front chimney, which appeared to be wrapped in a sheet metal. Earlier, before this meeting, the applicant's attorney did confirm that behind that sheet metal, the chimney was masonry. So now we know that. This is a photo. Yeah, so this is a photo from March 2019 that shows the addition under construction. At that time, the chimney cladding does not appear to have changed. So the two chimneys that were to remain now appear to be clad in a material similar to that used on the addition, which is probably a stucco or some panels along with trim that's similar to that used on the addition. The chimney that was to be extended above the addition, which was previously masonry, now also appears to be clad in material similar to the addition, and that was not approved by staff. So wrapping the chimneys in a new material does not meet section 2L1 of the design guidelines, which states that historic roofs, chimneys, and related elements should be retained. And in conclusion, staff finds that work has taken place differently than reviewed and approved by the commission and permitted via Historical Commission Permit 2018-063543. And furthermore, that staff finds that the alteration of the chimneys does not meet section 2L1 of the design guidelines for the Broadway Historic Preservation Zoning Overlay. So since we now know that the new materials were in fact wrapped around the existing chimneys, staff recommends that the wrap be removed within 30 days and that the applicant work with staff to repair or stabilize the existing brick if that's something that needs to be done. And that's something we would need to permit.
Any questions?
I have a question. Did this commission originally say that we did not approve the porch and taking off the roof? And then is this the one where they went to court and the judge said, yes, you can? And whether or not this is relevant or not, what happened was they took the cornice down, they changed the cornice. It broke my heart to see this building that was so beautiful altered like this. I don't think the judge meant for that to happen, but it did. And so
yeah, and
it's not relevant to this case.
Well, that case was before you last month. And in the case of the chimneys and the judges, what was submitted with that decision, it did specifically address the chimneys. And it did say retain them, which I think we typically mean that you're keeping the same material, location, and so forth.
Thanks for the clarification.
Okay, applicant.
Thank you again. My name is still Matt DeVries. I think the only 2 points here is clearly by a lot of the questions, by the tenor of the discussion points, the comments that have been made, this case has gotten off to the bad foot from day one. And that is the applicant, like every other restaurant owner downtown, wanted to put a rooftop bar. And that application was denied, and we took it on appeal, and that decision was reversed, and we came back down. As it relates to only the chimneys, if you look at page 5 of the staff report, drawing on the lower half shows you exactly what was presented to the court and presented to the commission for approval. When we went to court, the court said that the commission acted arbitrarily and capriciously by not granting the permit for the rooftop. And it was a specific finding because the rooftop potentially would affect the chimneys, which was part of the original staff's recommendation on the original application. That's why the court addressed the chimneys as well. And we filed a late Exhibit 12, and we said, Judge, right before we had the hearing on the first application, we had this alternative design, and instead of going back on remand, coming back before you, and then redoing all this again, and then going back to court, the court, because it has a de novo power, which means it just starts over, we had a brand new hearing, and so it considered that evidence, and that was Exhibit 12. And what the judge said was that you had to retain 2 chimneys as per that exhibit. And the 2 chimneys as per that exhibit were referenced below here as the front 2. What my client did at that point was, well, let's go ahead and just retain 3. It couldn't retain 3 because that 3rd chimney was at a different level. And so in the drawing, you'll say it says, extend existing chimney above the new roof. Well, it's not actually building up, it's not retaining an existing historic chimney because that was going to be gone. And so what they did is, well, we'll keep the character of this building, put a chimney up there, but it wasn't original material or anything. So really, that wasn't part of the court's order to have 3 chimneys. What it was is the 2. Well, if we're looking at the 2, the front one was brick, and the court's order specifically said that it was wrapped. That's how my client had the building. Everyone knew that. That wasn't a chimney. It was just metal cladding around something. No one got behind it. It just looked like a chimney. It wasn't working. It had no function, but that's what the court said retained. So I'll submit before you, other than the brown, if you look up on that same page, the brown framing around it that goes around everything up there is for aesthetic purposes. Other than that, that metal cladding is there. And as I told Melissa beforehand, the only real issue here is the second chimney. And that was a life safety issue. And that is, as they were constructing, and I think you'll even see a picture that was during construction here, where in the report, I think it was Exhibit A, which is the attachments. So the staff recommendation, Exhibit A, page 9, that shows you during construction, it's a Google view picture of that building, and it kind of shows what the original front chimney, which again is just a metal clad box, and then there's the second one. During construction, the brittle bricking, what they did is they protected it. Now I told Melissa, again, we informed staff of that when the original abatement notice came up. Talked to Paul, indicated, and this is the contractor talking, why were you making this change? And we told him because the bricks were falling apart and we were trying to preserve the bricks of the chimney. And we were told that, well, that's probably a good approach, that's what we take. Now, we don't have any of that in writing, and I understand that, and I've told that to Melissa, and frankly, this has been a moving ball all along. Again, not before you today, and I understand the whole cornice issue. We've submitted drawings to cornice. We're waiting on staff to come back on that issue. We had to get stuff specially manufactured, so I see your frustration, I feel your frustration, but I think this is just the perfect storm of things that have gone wrong on here. But with that, again, it was a changing notice. We got the notice, and the first time I got the notice, it said the chimneys had been removed. And I pick up the phone, and I call Paul, and I said, Paul, we got this notice that says chimney's been removed. Paul's like, well, that's not the real reason. It has to do with something else in materials. I'll get back to you. And then there's a staff change. I'm not suggesting anything bad's going on. I'm just saying there's a lot of bad circumstances here that things are bouncing around. So at the end of the day, before the court retained the chimneys, we've retained 3 chimneys. We've protected and preserved that. So we're asking for an exclusion to that. You have the staff's recommendation. You guys, you use your discretion as you do to deny the application or not, but really I would submit the only thing here that exists is the one chimney, which is the existing chimney as part of the court order, which staff admits that that's the focus here, because the other chimney was just an extension of one, and it's not going to have original historic chimney. It's a new addition. So I'd be glad to answer any questions if you have any.
So did you find out that those chimneys were deteriorating in this process of this construction? So then therefore the cladding?
Yes, ma'am. Because even when you look at, well, I want to make sure the timing is correct when I answer your question. Did they find out during construction that that's where the delicate nature of the bricks? Yes, that's when they found out. That's when they decided to clad it, and they felt that it was okay to clad it because the first one had been clad for that same reason.
And you had conversation with staff, or the applicant did?
I believe that, not during construction, no.
You just made
when the abatement notice came up, that's when they had the discussion with staff to say, hey, this is what we did, this is why we changed it. As to confirming what's there, I've had that conversation today, and that was absolutely confirming that what's behind there, it wasn't demolished, these chimneys weren't removed, and it's a new structure. It's protecting the existing brick.
Okay.
I spoke about, is there an alternative here? Remove the cladding, try and protect it. My concern, if you remove the cladding and try and protect it, if you look at the design, I mean, you're really going to have to just tear apart those chimneys and rebuild them, because if you look at design on the page 5, you'll see that on at least the top picture of page 5, which shows you an existing, those handrails are bolted in there. So, I mean, you're going to have to just rebuild the entire chimney, because right now they're braced with the metal sheathing. If you're going to remove the metal sheathing and just have the existing brick, you're going to have a safety issue.
Okay, thank you. Open public hearing? Close public hearing? Okay. Discussion.
I think first is that, yes, there has been some history with this building, but it is our charge to deal with this application solely as this application and not as part. And so I think we have to affirm that, yes, we're dealing with this solely as this application. That said, and given the legalities of this, it appears to me from the documentation that we have in the staff report that the charge was to keep the existing chimneys. And that's clearly indicated on the drawings that were part of the submittal. And it's clear from the documentation that we've seen that's in the report that the second chimney was brick. The first chimney was wrapped in something. So I would think that you could make the argument that you keep the wrap on the front chimney, but that the second chimney needs to be brick. And, although it's some trouble to take off probably a hardy board or whatever the cladding is and rebuild that, masonry is pretty easy to rebuild. This is all accessible and easy to get to. So I don't think that's an unreasonable request for that to be a brick chimney. So.
Agree.
Yeah.
I just
Go ahead.
I just wanted to make the point that if, you're asked to retain an existing element of the building, so the intent of that is to retain the appearance of that element, not to go alter it and wrap it with something. And so if you did discover that there was a problem structurally with the chimney, then at that point, the right action would have been to come back and review that with staff and to discuss options from there. And instead, it was just, decided to wrap it when the intent was clearly for the chimney chimneys to exist as they were. So.
To express their historic character.
Correct.
Which, as Cyril pointed out, is a routine historic preservation goal and routine procedure to have.
Ryan, you have anything?
Well, I'm more concerned. I was trying to read through, Susan, the actual court response to this. I don't know if maybe just really quickly as a summary, but it sounds, actually, I think Cyril said it based off of the court decision on it. I just want to make sure we're consistent with what was said and what the attorney said.
I wasn't the attorney that actually handled this case, but so far I've heard the discussion be consistent with what your charge is, and I don't hear anything outside of, I don't see you going beyond those boundaries by reviewing this in the discussion. If I hear it, I'll jump in.
Okay, good. That's what I was doing.
Okay. I just have one question here. All right, so if the judge says to retain the chimneys, right, would that mean to retain them as they were with the cladding around the first chimney and then the stabilization of the second chimney? Is that what the court meant?
It states that the case is remanded for issuance of the permit with retaining two of the chimneys consistent with trial exhibit 12. And as I understand it, again, I wasn't the attorney that tried the case, but as I understand it, trial exhibit 12 is the exhibit that you have in your packets here. On here, it's not completely clear to me as to what the cladding is or what the materials are. But I think it would be reasonable to surmise that the court, that is fully developed in the case. And so that being the case, whatever that material was at the time would be my understanding as to what the court would be directing to be kept.
Okay.
So it doesn't address whether that could be modified. It doesn't address whether you could add anything to it or anything like that. It just says retain it as consistent with Exhibit 12. So I can only assume that the court meant whatever's there now, keep it.
And that's the way that I would read it, is retain existing chimneys means without modification, and certainly repair of existing materials and reconstruction to the same scale, if appropriate, could be done, but not changing the appearance of those. So. And I think the staff recommendation actually says that, and that says if the new materials were wrapped around the existing chimneys. So the new material, it's the last paragraph of the staff recommendation. If the new materials were wrapped around the existing chimneys, then staff recommends the wrap be removed within 30 days. It doesn't say that the existing prior wrap has to be removed. It's the new materials that would have to be removed.
And it may be that the existing prior materials are not acceptable to the applicant or desirable, and they may want to remove it and expose the original brick, in which case I would think they could work with staff on recommendations on how to do that too.
I think working with staff would be an excellent way to do that. That's right.
Because in my opinion, probably the original metal wrap is ugly and old and rusted and probably needs to be removed anyway,
Sure.
in the spirit of historic preservation,
Sure.
which is what we're here to.
All right. Okay. So based on that, Madam Chairman, with respect to 111 4th Avenue South, I move that we accept the staff recommendation.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? The motion passes.
I can't get in there. It's like,
All right, the next case is for 235 Lauderdale Road. This house located at 235 Lauderdale Road is a minimal traditional style constructed circa 1935. The house contributes to the historic character of the Cherokee Park neighborhood conservation zoning overlay. So this is the picture, the before picture. The reason it's here today is a new porch was constructed without any permits. The applicant would like to request to keep the new front porch. So here's an image of the new front porch. The earliest photo available is the 1968 photo from the property assessor's record card of the same year. It shows the same front entry configuration that was there until the recent changes were made. The front facade, including the front door surround, appear to be the same as what was there prior to the construction of the front porch. The trim on the sides of the door remains, but appears to have been painted. Porches and primary entrances are character-defining features, which the Secretary of Interior standards require to be preserved. The minimal traditional style gained popularity after World War I and is a simplified interpretation of earlier revival styles. So generally, they are 1 to 1.5 stories tall with low-pitched roofs, minimal to no eave overhang. The entrances are typically a decorative surround or hoods. Porches you don't typically see on this sort of home. So for these reasons, staff recommends disapproval, finding that the new front porch does not meet section 2B2 for additions, and staff would further recommend that the front porch be removed within 30 days. Do you have any questions?
Not at the moment. Applicant, please.
Hello, I'm Brittany Benson. I'm the owner. My goal for this covered entryway is to provide shelter and safety for my family and for our packages. Since we've moved in last July, we've had, wet packages and lots of rain this year. And so trying to get into the house with 2 children has been, a bit tricky at times. And so it was an honest mistake. I wasn't aware that we needed a permit. But I'm aware now. So I would like to work with staff on a recommendation to keep it. I did actually talk with a lot of neighbors, and I did have a petition, and I had numerous neighbors sign it in agreement that they thought the porch was appealing and that it was, within the architectural style of the neighborhood and the house. I also walked around the neighborhood and looked up houses and took pictures of houses with similar style porches. Also houses that have the dormers and similar style. I have a lot of pictures, and I'm happy to present those to you if you're interested in looking at them. And I feel like my porch, is very similar to other porches within the neighborhood, within the overlay. And on the survey, the plat map survey, it specifically shows that there is a porch there, and it is my understanding that some modifications can be made to porches that are covered, or if there's an existing structure there that you can make some modifications. So I'm hoping with that we can maybe figure out something that is suitable. Also, I do have future plans to renovate the inside of my house, and I have a contractor who's willing to take on this and do whatever he can to help us and help you guys us come to an agreement. So he's offered to, give his expertise, advice, and whatever I need to do. So, thank you.
Is he going to come and get a permit?
Yeah. We will take the necessary measures for sure to do the right thing.
I have a question for you. Underneath the new porch, is the original pediment still existing?
I believe so, yes. I'm pretty sure it's still
Was it altered when you're saying you're not sure? Was it altered in any way?
Well, I didn't see it removed. So I'm pretty sure that it's still there. It's just covered.
Okay, many questions to the applicant? Okay, thank you. Open public hearing. We do acknowledge that there are neighbors that have listed their names on there. I have to say that this is sort of an education intent for historic overlays and preservation, and that possibly those who have listed their names down, you know, these overlays have been reviewed by neighborhoods, and so it's known when there is an overlay in a district. So perhaps the people that have signed in on your petition did or did not know. But I think it's a moment for us to say that it's just educational, you know, for people to know that when you're in a historic district, that come and talk to the Metro Historic Zoning. They're very open and welcome to discuss things. So again, this is just an education moment. We always have an opportunity to share that what our charge is preservation. So hopefully the public begins to know more about that as well. Open public hearing? Close public hearing? Okay. Commissioners?
I can really understand the dilemma with packages that get wet and that kind of thing. I do have to say that as part of the guidelines, though, what we do have is a charge that was adopted by the neighborhood to adhere to those guidelines. The neighborhood's a wonderful neighborhood with a richness and diversity of homes, a lot of arts and crafts, a lot of Tudor, a lot of classical, more traditional homes. This was one of those more traditional homes, and I think the guidelines really look to maintain that mix of different housing types and that character of the neighborhood. And certainly consistently in the past, changes to the front of a building have not been allowed simply because it does tend to change the character. On this particular one, it tends to change what was more of a classical style house and put on an element that speaks more to an arts and crafts, sort of mixing and confusing some of that character that defines the area. It's a beautiful, wonderful house, great neighborhood, and I have to agree with staff recommendation on this one, although I do think that the owner might be able to come back and work with staff and see if there are some modifications that would be acceptable, that would still keep the same feel of the original house and be in compliance with the guidelines.
I second what Commissioner Stewart said, and also, I mean, I remember, I don't know how long ago, but one kind of just around the corner on, Cherokee, right? And I mean, you know, I mean, I did this a couple years ago, and so, you know, these are tough, but, you know, I feel like, I know I voted on that one before in the same manner, so I feel like you have to vote, you know, what the guidelines say. So that's just one that popped in my head immediately because I know it's right around the corner from this house.
And I'll just have to say that I think the house and the addition is really beautiful, and you've done a great job with it. I wish I could say that I could approve that, I mean, because I think you did. I love the way it looks, you know, but it doesn't look like it has the characteristics of what it did before. And maybe you can go to staff and see if you can craft something that might be more helpful to your family in packages. Maybe, you know, you can't tell them where to put packages, you know? And so I feel your pain. I just want to tell you.
Anyone else, commissioners?
Is there any more discussion? I'm ready to make a motion now. On 235 Lauderdale Road, I move that we approve the staff recommendation.
Motion?
Second.
Second, 2 seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Hopefully you can work with staff. Thank you so much for coming as well. Can we take a 7-minute break? We've been on for 2 hours now, so just a 7-minute. How about that? Not 5, but 7 minutes.
7 minutes. I set my timer.
You're probably next.
Okay. Audience, we are back on the clock. Sean, are you ready to begin? Thank you. Paul, you are on. 1502.
1502, Franklin has disappeared. I'll go ahead and begin it. It's an application for a rear addition to the contributing building, I can see on our screen. The addition as presented is offset on the house and intrudes into the existing roof plane on the building's left side. There it is. The addition will attach to the rear of the house appropriately with its walls stepped in 2 feet on the left and 12 feet on the right. Addition will add approximately 1,039 square feet to the existing 1,524 square feet on the house. It will have the same ridge height as the house after a short connection that is 2 feet lower. It meets the design guidelines for height and scale and in most other respects as well. The addition's hipped roof, as you can see here, extends over the existing roof wider on the left side. Section 2B2 for additions specifies that an addition should be situated at the rear of a building so that it does not disturb either front or side facades. In the past, the Commission has required that an addition ties in behind the existing roof and that it should fit in within the shadow line of the existing roof form. Here's another view of the same addition from the side. Staff therefore recommends that this portion of the addition be moved behind the existing, sorry, that's the rear, behind the line that you see here to be tucked in behind the shadow line of the existing roof to minimize visibility and preserve the original roof form. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the proposed addition with the conditions that the addition's roof is moved behind the existing rear left ridge, that the lap siding will be smoothed face, that was not noted on the drawings, that utilities are located on the rear facade or behind the midpoint of the house, and that staff have approval of window doors and roof color as per usual. With these conditions, staff finds that the proposed addition meets sections 2B1 and 2B2 of the Eastwood Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The applicants are here to discuss the project with you.
Any questions for Paul? Okay. Applicant, we welcome you to the podium. Thank you for waiting.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Marcy. I'm the owner along with my wife.
Hi, I'm Lindsay.
Would you like to go first? I have a new appreciation, first of all, for what you guys do.
No, this is
The welcome break of the 7 minutes helped me stretch my legs indeed. As you can see, my wife and I are not of normal height, and it seems like the part in contention seems to be this closet area that you're looking at, the overlap there. That actual overlap is 8 feet 7 inches, which is not a lot considering it's 40 feet back from the front of the room, from the front of the building, and roughly 120 feet back from the road. You know, when you see those elevations, I think they're a little misleading. You would have to be standing on a ladder approximately 17, 18 feet high to get that look of it protruding from the house the way it does. But the main reason these are the second set of plans. We've been working with Paul. He's been tremendous to work with. And we've lowered it significantly, but we just feel like we can't lower it anymore. I'm 6'6", she's 6 foot tall, and presently in our master suite, we do not have a closet that we can stand upright in. It's a little bit more like this when we walk through it, and the master bath functions more like a airline lavatory in the sense of that it comes back of the hip roof back at my face, and so I've been.
My abs, however, have really appreciated it because it's really one of those like awesome, you know.
Yeah.
But we have to have the height in the house in order to get the renovation done the way that we need to. We can't justify in our heads going through with something where we're still maintaining the things that we struggle with the most, you know. And because it's such a small part of the roof, we also feel like it's one of those things that if someone were to come along and try to take it back to its original, you know, historic way, it wouldn't be a hard thing to do. It's not like we're taking so much, you know, into the roof that it wouldn't be possible for a contractor to come back and take it back to its original state. Go ahead.
Additionally, we've tried an alternate plan. We've asked David Minigan, who's a personal friend of ours and an architect, although not the architect on this project, who couldn't be here. We've asked him to come in and give us some ideas. And one of the ideas, of course, we're trying to get everything in line. Fortunately for us, there's a beautiful 120-year-old tree that sits back off this property and would be positioned back about 6 or 7 feet from the covered porch on the back. And it is not our wish to remove that tree that has been there before the house.
And the only way to do, if we go with the recommendation of having to move the roof back the 8.5 feet in order to come within the guidelines, the tree has to come down. We can't do the renovation the way that it's being recommended without taking the tree down. And for us, the tree's been there longer than the house has been there.
Well, and additionally, we try to keep the reason it is also offset from the center point of the house is we're trying to be a little bit, this is our home. I mean, we plan on living here. This is, we're trying to be friendly to our neighbors. On the west side, the current house sits approximately 5 feet from the border there, the property line, and approximately 10 feet from the other side. So by keeping it a little bit more off center, it's also being a little bit more courteous towards our neighbors who we have relationships with. I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, just want to shout.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm David Minigan, and again, not the architect, but an architect, and I'm a family friend, and they asked me to come in and look at this, and I know they spent a lot of time with Paul and the other staff looking at this, and I've looked at, is there any way to absolutely meet everything and line this thing up behind? And again, you lose the tree, you lose the function and the stair that comes up in the center of the house, the 4-squared type plan that it has. And I feel like it generally meets, which is what the regulations say, that it generally meet the guidelines, and I think it very much does that. It's very sympathetic. The only way that you cannot see this addition is when you are oblique to the plan. If you look from the street with the very first picture that you had up there, you just won't see this addition. And it's not taller and wider than. It's actually narrower than. It's just offset because of that need to avoid taking down a very mature canopy tree. This was, I think, one of the few trees that wasn't lost in the tornado. So again, I've looked at it every way that you can, and I just don't see any way that you can achieve something that would really be better and still functional and sympathetic.
Okay.
If I may say in closing here, I took some pictures. I sent you, Paul. I'm not for sure. Are those on here? So I hauled a ladder out, luckily, before the storm came. And I made this crazy shape like the YMCA guy. And there we go. So that is approximately me. I don't know if you can see. Can you zoom this, Paul? Anyway, I'm standing up there. That's me on the east side of the house, showing you that that's basically that overlay, that 8.5 feet of overlay. And like I say, I can't imagine that in the 70 years from now, if somebody wants to buy this house from us and they decide to remove this, that contractor would not be able to go in and feather in a couple of stringers to rebuild the original roof line. And it's only about a third of the portion of the roof. It's a very minimal part that is overlapping. Thank you.
I have a question. I have a quick question.
Yes, sir.
I understand the concern over the tree.
Yeah.
But that's not something that is under our purview to consider. But I am curious, the tree seems to be behind the addition. If you were to shift
Correct.
the addition to the center line of the house, as is being recommended, how exactly does that mean the tree can't?
The tree sets center line. It's almost center of the
But
house.
it's behind the proposed addition.
Correct.
You actually have to move the addition back in order to center it up because of the.
Oh, I see.
That was my first attempt, and then he said, well, there's.
Any other questions?
We might. Thank you, though. We'll call on you in a minute. Open public hearing? Close public hearing? Discussion?
My first thoughts on this, just seeing it, looking at the aerial map that's in our packet, I mean, you clearly see the tree. Sometimes I don't like to take a lot of applicants at their word, so you clearly see the tree, and not that it is under our purview, but, I do consider that a site for me. I mean, I think it's important. I consider that part of the site. And I think I've become kind of famous for telling people, you've got a small house, you can't build a huge house on top of it. But, I mean, this, when I look at the site plan, I feel like it's a very tasteful addition. I don't know. They even said, scaling and the size and massing, goes with the guidelines, or at least I believe that's what, generally, except for where it is. So I just, in this case, the size of the house, the roof line, how you can tie into it, I just think it's a reasonable little, addition. So far back, again, on the house, yeah. I don't know, those are just my thoughts on it, again, and.
Yeah, I agree, actually, with you, Caitlin, on it. We've looked at some in the past sometimes where we do want to see what it looks like. Perhaps the applicant should have gotten David to be up there as opposed to himself, but still, it's a little further back, so I wouldn't be totally uncomfortable at all. I do realize there's this is a little close to something we wouldn't approve, but because of the other things they've done, and we don't look at trees, but how can you avoid it in certain aspects? So I wouldn't necessarily want to put that as part of the our recommendation, but we're looking at the whole. I think it is something for us to consider as we're discussing this.
You expressed it.
My only point there, though, is that I understand that you all are, I'm kind of challenged the other way. But the addition really doesn't have to be done. And so that's the issue I have.
I would add to that, the very first line under the guideline for additions says that additions should be situated at the rear of a building in such a way that will not disturb either the front or the side elevations. And since I've been on the commission, we have not approved an addition that infringes on the side roof line. And so I would like to put that out there.
Okay.
I tend to agree with Commissioner Jones and Commissioner Tibbs and find that the addition is, it definitely appears subservient to the original structure, and given the scale of the addition, and I guess what they could have built versus what they're proposing, and I could add, I know the tree's not under our purview, but we do have a huge loss of our urban canopy and suburban canopy in Nashville, and so I would consider that I don't know if I can put it on the record, but as I would consider that as a site issue
Right.
and constraint.
Anyone else?
What about the back porch? That's how wide?
Can you come up, please? We'll ask you some more questions, please.
Would it?
Or
I think you're saying from the porch from the back of the house to the outside. I believe the roof might be 10 feet, but the porch itself is only 8 feet.
I mean, from the back wall to the end of the porch, how deep is that? How wide is that?
Back wall of the new addition
Yes.
to the end of the porch, I believe, is 8 feet.
Okay. Would it be a solution to shrink or eliminate that back porch and reposition the addition behind the house and save the tree?
Well, the idea is so that we can,
I understand.
bring the outdoors in. It is a magnificent tree. It's really a very lush backyard. We have, trees in the neighbor's yard and things like that we like to invite in, open the windows because of the canopy. It is a little bit darker than usual, and so this brings in more light with the windows and
I wonder,
entertainment
though,
space.
Maybe your architect may need, or your friend may need to address, and you may not have the numbers in front of you, but if hypothetically you were to move the addition to what we typically recommend and either shorten or eliminate the rear part of the back deck, would that solve the tree issue? And you can redesign the porch some other way around the tree versus the addition around the whole addition around the tree.
I think, yeah.
Does that make sense to the
Yeah,
commissioners?
that was part of one of the considerations on what we were looking at. Being the south side of the building, I wouldn't, it needs some sort of an overhang, so it's still going to have something, even if you don't have the full porch. But I'll tell you what, that porch is, sure adds a lot of character to the house. Then it's very consistent with that type of style house. So
Not to mention, and correct me if I'm wrong, even if you
Can you speak on the mic, please?
I said, and not to mention, and I could be wrong, that's why I'm so excited our friend's here. When you scoot it back, you're still losing that height, and the whole point is that we don't have a closet or a bathroom that we can even use as adults. And so part of the addition and part of why we're so excited about it, first, we are outdoors people. We spend 90% of our time right now in the existing sun porch, which is because we get the most light and it's the most wonderful for us. The porch would be a great addition for all of that. But even if you move that back, you're losing the height. And that's...
I don't understand that exactly.
That was my understanding, and that's why I'm saying maybe I'm wrong. But so if we shorten the porch, and in order to not overlay the roof, we have to scoot the roof back, right? Well, so then the roof has to lower. So then the closet and the bathroom are then lowered in height.
Not adjusting the height, but maybe.
Okay. Okay, so we'll, thank you for those comments. We'll just continue our discussion. Thank you. Yep, it's all right.
I just have a comment just about this style of roof on this scale of a home. Adding a addition of this height in the back, because of the shape of the roof, you're limited on both sides without it being a gable roof, with it being the hipped roof, that you don't have a lot of options. If you're, the addition itself has been set back, from the face of the building, but to maintain that, to stay in the shadow of that roof, it doesn't give you that much width to work within. I don't know, am I making sense?
No, that makes sense to me. And again, I mean, I think I'm usually, I don't know, the one that's telling people, oh, you can't, but I don't know, just in this case, the style of the roof line, just as Commissioner Fitz said, and it's just such a modest addition.
Because it's of the hip, too.
Yeah, and
instead of a
the
straight.
roof line, I just think it's a modest addition. I don't see them asking for anything, that just immediately to me screams, okay, you can't have all of this. I'm sorry, but to me, it's just they want some useful space, and there's still, I think, just from the street. I mean, we get roof raises, we get ridge raises, and again, that's not always the best, but I just think in this case, because it is a modest addition to a modest home, the fact of the location, isn't ideal, but in this situation, I find it to be a nice solution.
We're going to add that on to our comments when you make the motion. Architects, do you have any comment on this at all? Because we can see it from the exterior, but how are you all?
I'm still where I was earlier with it.
It's a modest addition. They are very generous spaces. These are, it's a large master bedroom, and I think there are ways that it could be redesigned. But by the same token, when I look at the site plan, the footprint of the addition is small relative to what the existing is. We're so often seeing ones where the footprint is huge versus the existing, and especially on houses like this. So I tend to agree that it's a reasonable approach to this house.
Regarding.
Are you crafting?
Sure. Regarding
Okay.
1502 Franklin Avenue, I vote to approve the rear addition as submitted. So with all staff recommendations, accepting number 1.
Second.
There's a motion, there's a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed. Okay, so the motion carries. Congratulations.
Okay, Commissioners, next up is 2206 Belmont Boulevard, a circa 1930 brick bungalow that contributes to the character of the Belmont Hillsborough Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The application before you is to demolish the front dormers, to construct a new front dormer, to construct a rear addition, to demolish an existing outbuilding, and to construct a new outbuilding. Because the lot is zoned multifamily, RM20, the outbuilding does contain a dwelling unit, but it's not a detached accessory dwelling unit because of the base zoning. So first up is the demolition of the front dormers. On the front facade, the applicant is proposing to remove the 2 front dormers so that a larger front dormer can be constructed. There is no evidence that these dormers aren't original to the house, and it is highly likely that they are original features. We have no evidence showing that they are not original. They appear in the 1968 property assessor photo, which is a black and white photo on the bottom. Front dormers like these are an integral part of the historic bungalow's design and character. A bungalow's front dormers come in all shapes and sizes and locations and are defining features of these types of houses. The design guidelines do not allow for the removal of character-defining features like front dormers. Furthermore, by state law, all design guidelines for historic and conservation zoning overlays must meet the Secretary of Interior standards for historic preservation. The standards state, quote, "The removal of historic materials or alteration of features and spaces that characterize a property shall be avoided." They further explain, quote, "New additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property," unquote. The removal of the historic front dormer so that a larger front dormer can be created meets neither the design guidelines nor the Secretary of Interior standards. So staff therefore recommends that the dormers remain as is. So here is the front facade showing the proposed front dormer. Were this a non-contributing structure, or if this was an infill, the design of this front dormer staff would support. It's the fact that it's requiring the demolition of the 2 existing historic front dormers that staff has issue with. In the interest of time, I'm not going to describe in detail the rear addition just because staff is in agreement with the applicant that it meets all the design guidelines. And so I'm going to move on to the proposed new outbuilding. Again, the outbuilding is not considered a DADU because the base zoning is multifamily RM20. The design guidelines limit outbuildings to 1,000 square feet on lots of this size, which is larger than 10,000 square feet. The applicant is proposing an outbuilding that has a larger footprint of 1,040 square feet. Staff therefore recommends that the outbuilding's footprint be reduced to be no larger than 1,000 square feet.
Excuse me.
So here are the elevation drawings for the outbuilding. The proposed outbuilding has an eave height ranging from 12 feet 6 inches to 14 feet. The design guidelines limit the eave height of outbuildings behind 1.5 stories houses like this one to 10 feet. Staff therefore recommends that the eave height be reduced to be no taller than 10 feet. So In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the project with these conditions. The front dormers remain unchanged and no new front dormer be constructed. The outbuilding's footprint be no larger than 1,000 square feet. The outbuilding's eave height be no taller than 10 feet. Staff approve all windows and door selections and the roof shingle color, the brick sample, and the location of the HVAC and utilities. With these conditions, staff finds that the proposed addition meets Section 2B1, 2B2, and 5 of the Belmont-Hillsborough Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay Design Guidelines. The applicant is here. I'm happy to answer any questions before turning it over to him.
Melissa, I saw a pergola.
Right.
On, yes. And it wasn't brought up, again, I don't know, I know when we had one a few months back, the Germantown overlay, I believe, or Salem Town, there was specifically a guideline about pergolas.
Sure.
That was what we were referring to there.
Right.
Here, what are your thoughts?
Staff is not opposed to this one because it's on an outbuilding and won't be highly visible from the street. The one over in Germantown, again, Germantown's a completely different neighborhood. It's a historic preservation overlay versus a conservation overlay. Again, it's in the rear. Sorry, I had another thought, and I'm trying to remember what it was.
Germantown, if I remember, it specifically said in the guidelines.
Yeah,
no.
that's what I was referring to.
And that was already on like a much taller building,
that was-
so yeah, it's not exceeding the height of the
like
the
the
existing
fourth floor,
roof.
yeah.
So the overall height is okay, whereas on that one, it was exceeding the overall height, so.
Learning experience.
Yes, I did.
Anything else for Melissa at the moment? All right, the applicant is here.
No, you go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me some time to talk about the proposed renovation at the
Can you give us your
Boulevard.
name and address, please?
Yes, by way of introduction, my name is Marcus DiPietro. I'm a residential architect. I grew up here in Nashville, and I've been practicing for the last 29 years. Last 25 just doing residences. Today, as I understand it, there's two main issues. First, there's the altering of the dormer on the main building, and second, the limiting the proposed eave height on the outbuilding in the back of the lot to 10 feet. My understanding is that staff has recommended not to approve the dormer on the front based on the standards. That's the Secretary of the Interior standards for the treatment of historic properties, which we keep quoting, and I guess is the state law that the guidelines are based on. It's the source material. In the recommendation, staff quotes directly from the Belmont-Hillsborough Neighborhood Conservation Guidelines, indicating that those guidelines are directly quoting the Secretary's standards, right? But that quote about alteration shall not destroy historic materials seems to be a little more of an interpretation than an actual quote, because I just did a quick word search of the standards, the 240 plus page standards, and shall not as a phrase doesn't show up anywhere, not once. Shall is just not in the document. Should, on the other hand, shows up like 191 times, and to me, should allows room for discussion. The standards, when I read them, are somewhat philosophical in nature, and the Secretary seems to go out of their way not to be too prescriptive with a lot of compulsory, do's and don'ts, black and white. I think they leave a fair amount of gray And gray, to me, is just room for discussion. So I'm hoping we can keep an open mind. The standards, getting into it a little deeper, do clearly emphasize that when rehabilitating buildings, historic buildings, we should always strive to minimize the impact to the historical character of the building to the greatest extent feasible. But it also clearly acknowledges the need to add and to alter buildings in order to meet the continued needs of the present day. I think the trick is finding a balance. So all that said, thanks for bearing with me, I think I've found that balance between the minimizing the impact of the historical character of Belmont Hillsborough and the need to keep the neighborhood vibrant, alive, and to be in support of family life. So by introducing a single larger dormer, 3 useful things happen. Increase the headroom at the front, allows a much better room layout to the front of the building, the extra light and ventilation, obviously healthier to the inhabitants. And the larger windows afford, a greater connection to the street, which, as we all know, more eyes on the street make the neighborhood a safer place. So all these features seem to greatly impact the use of the space and bring it up to, the present day values. And there are other benefits that the single dormer affords versus these two sort of smaller, undersized, they're rather ill-proportioned dormers, kind of like dog dormers. I think the larger dormer adds civic beauty to the community. The proportions of the 4 windows are in the 2-to-1, which the guideline likes to see, as opposed to the 1-to-1. And the central dormer kind of gives the house the unity of composition that the facade seems to need. It allows the family to live fully in front of the house, or in the front of the house, instead of retreating to the back. And it seems like we just can't keep retreating back. Recent remodels to this house that have just simply abandoned the front of the house and ignored it have failed. And now those additions need to be removed from the back. And we're doing that, and easily doing that with this dormer allows us to do that. And before I came to this central dormer idea, of course I first considered not touching the dormers. I'm aware of the guidelines and what they prefer to see, but unfortunately that just leads to another inevitable massive rear construction. And this front dormer, if we could do it, affords us to not touch any of the side windows, to do a lot of changes to the building to make it much more livable, and so it has to be rented out as an Airbnb anymore, but can really support a family. And all we're asking in the back is 107 square feet, which almost just square the house back up in the back. So we're really not having to add anything, but it really does pivot on this kind of consolidating at the front with this dormer.
Applicant, I just want to give you heads up that you have 4 minutes.
Yes,
so,
thank you.
Yes.
I'll probably use my whole time. I'll try to quickly sum up.
Because you have other issues on this.
Yes,
here.
I do. Well, I could go on, but the front dormer, there's a lot that is preserved in this plan. There's a lot of restoration that's going to happen to the front porch, to the openings, the leaded glass. It's all very lovely. It's all very historic. We really love this building, the porte cochere, everything about this building. We love it. We just think it could take a little change, and it's not out of keeping with the rest of the neighborhood. In fact, there's a lot of examples of this in the map and with the photos of just such front dormer additions. So it's not detracting in any way from the neighborhood. It's maybe you could argue even more in keeping with the neighborhood. So, well, just to sum up, the larger dormer, I think, just strikes a balance. It seems historically appropriate feature, and it ensures the future vitality of of the family. On the second issue with the outbuilding, because this is new construction, I think the movie and the drawings show it best, but this is a two-story building, and staff is saying that it's a one-story building, and therefore the eave should be limited to 10 feet. But if it were a two-story building, which it is, it would be allowed a 17-foot eave. So this eave, by my calculation, is around 12 feet. 11.8 is what I get. But in any extent beyond dimensions, I think that the outbuilding is appropriate and well within the spirit, at least, of the conservation guideline, because it harmonizes in the scale, in the massing, good proportion. The roof slopes match. Many of the details in the outbuilding match the original building. It's smaller. It's just trying to be a good outbuilding. And the neighbor adjacent, you can see it in the model back there. Its walls are taller than the ridge of that outbuilding, and it was approved, I guess, last year sometime. And it has no eave, and it's also a two-story building. So we're not sure why this wouldn't be appropriate. And this lot, as Melissa mentioned, is zoned RM20, so it could support 4 whole dwellings on it. But the owners don't want to do that. They just want to have a single-family home, and they don't want to build it out. And they're not building it out. They're trying to keep it nice and underbuilt, really, and within the character of the neighborhood. That's a main concern, and I just think that should be rewarded. So, with that, I thank you.
Okay, thank you. We may have questions for you later. Okay, open public hearing. Close public hearing. Discussion.
Just for a few, I guess, points, if I can remember everything. While I thank you to the applicant and great work, that model was really cool, for us to visualize and see everything. I think great care was taken in designing this building, so thank you. But just our overarching goal as a commission is to keep these historic structures intact, which mean, especially, again, that's why we do allow for the new, modern, more space in, back rear additions to the homes. But the front, I think we like to keep, or we do keep intact, including the 2 dormers. While several in the neighborhood that he brought up, might be more single dormers in the neighborhood. But again, they said, and even Melissa said in her presentation, that would be appropriate in this neighborhood for new infill structures. This isn't a new infill structure. This is a historic home that has 2 front dormers that need to remain intact. Secondly, regarding the applicants, about the outbuilding with the eave heights, I think maybe a clarification on that for the applicant is that the outbuildings relate to the historic building behind which they sit, not as an outbuilding in itself. So this historic home being, 1.5 stories, that is what sets the guide for the outbuilding size and the eave heights. So I think that answers that question for me, at least, that's a pretty finite rule as well. So, with all that, I just, I agree with staff, all of their recommendations on this one personally.
Thank you.
There was a lot of discussion about the guidelines, and all of the guidelines are over 200 pages. Really, the 10 principles are the guiding sort of Bible that we have, and the rest are guidelines. And number 9 and 10, I think, are the ones that really address the dormer. It says new additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction will not destroy, and it says will not destroy historic materials, features, and spatial relationships that characterize the property. Number 10 says new additions and adjacent or related new construction will be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired. And I think the central dormer violates both of those And those are, the 10 basic principles of the standards. I agree, too, that with a 1.5-story structure, a 2-story outbuilding is not appropriate. So.
Yeah, I'd be willing to make a motion. If there's no more discussion, in respect to 2206 Belmont Boulevard, I recommend approval based on all of staff recommendations.
There's a motion. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None. Motion passes. Thank you.
Do I need to get out of here? How do I? Okay, we're good. Okay, next up is 1212 Russell. This is a circa 1900 house that contributes to the character of the Lockland Springs East End Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay. The application is for the construction of a 2-story dadu with garage at the rear of the lot. The dadu will make use of the existing curb cut and will be accessed off of South 13th Street. The proposed outbuilding meets the guidelines in terms of ridge height, materials, setbacks, roof form, and square footage. It's just under the maximum allowed for this lot at 748 square feet. The one issue is with the proposed eave height. The historic house is a tall 1-story with eave heights that are approximately 15 feet high. The applicant proposes approximately 15-foot 6-inch eaves on the dadu. In the past, the commission has interpreted the guidelines to mean that when a historic house is 1-story, the eave heights on the outbuilding are limited to 10 feet. In this case, the proposed eave height creates a 2-story form behind a 1-story house. It will be highly visible since it faces the side street. Therefore, staff recommends the eave height be reduced to a maximum of 10 feet tall. In conclusion, staff recommends approval of the proposed dadu with the following conditions. Staff shall approve the roofing color, windows, doors, and garage doors. The maximum eave height shall be 10 feet. With these conditions, we find the proposal would meet the design guidelines for Lockland Springs. I know the applicant is here and wishes to speak. Do you have questions for me first?
Thank you, Jenny.
Hello, I am Corey Morris and my husband Jeff Morris, and we live at 1212 Russell Street. We originally submitted this and had a permit in 2011 for the exact same footprint, configuration, everything, and then obviously things changed with the dadu and life changed for us, and so that project got put on hold, so we are back before you again. And what I did when I was designing this garage originally is, we don't have a picture of the side of the house. The 16-foot wide portion, the 2-story portion, is exactly the same vocabulary, width, height, everything that our dining room scale is from the house. So rather than, what we're seeing everywhere is a 24-foot wide garage, big roof, dormers, that we didn't want to fit in that vocabulary did not fit to our house, is what we felt. So we tried to incorporate the vocabulary of our house. And in doing so, the way that the slope, or our site slopes, we're able to reduce the garage down 2 feet to get the head heights, the size that we needed to be able to get a second floor. And then two, to also help reduce the scale of the roof, the roof that would be on a garage if we lowered everything down to 10 feet. We moved it, back 6 feet from the edge, so we're 22 feet wide on the bottom. The lower part where the garage is, it was to kind of emulate a porch, and then the 16-foot wide, that's the 2-story, is the same relationship of what our low gable is on the house so that they will look almost exactly the same. That's kind of where I started with the design of this. And then we did add, from the original submission was the gable coming off into the backyard area. The other thing is our yard is a wider yard. It is 58 feet wide. We are on a corner, but we have moved this garage all the way back, you know, the 5 feet from the side yard and the 5 feet from the alley, so that it is back as far as we could from the street itself, and so that we can also maintain a tree that's right there at the corner. Is there the main thing that we were trying to do was, you know, if you look at 2B, new construction of outbuildings, Section 8A, garage and storage buildings should reflect the character of the existing house and surrounding buildings and should be compatible in terms of height, scale, roof shape, materials, texture, and details. And that was the primary guiding factors of what this design is for our house and for our outbuilding. Is there anything else?
I mean, I think Jeffrey Morris, I would just add that the language being used in this garage is very similar to what our existing house is. And going to a language of an eave height of 10 feet is something that is not really, I mean, that's not what the nature of our neighborhood was. We live in a Queen Anne house. Most of our neighbors are Queen Anne. The 10-foot eave height is more associated to me with all of the infill housing that was built later on that tends to be non-contributing structures now. So what we were trying to do is take the language vocabulary of our house, existing heights, roof pitches, and create an outbuilding that looks like and has the detail of what our house does. And so from that standpoint, yeah, I mean, we're not trying to emulate the details and whatnot of our existing house, but we are trying to use the language, the volume, the heights, the massing, et cetera, of what our existing house is. So.
Okay, we might have more questions, but thank you. Open public hearing, close public hearing. Discussion. You know, we didn't get a site plan on this. Is it fairly flat?
There is a site plan in the staff recommendation.
Page 2?
Right, there
Oh.
should be. I have one. Do you have one?
I guess.
I hope you have one.
I guess I was thinking the, like, is the topographical, I guess. Yeah. Is it 10? Like, is it flat? So we're talking that 10 eve height is the lot flat? Does it veer lower?
It actually is highest at this back corner, and then from the elevation of our house to the street level, it drops another 6 feet.
Yeah, I would say the front of our front door is probably 5 to 6 feet above the sidewalk at the front of our house. And as part of, you can kind of see in this, you know, we have a retaining wall on about half of the side street. Here you can see that grade is probably, you know, to our backyard. Our backyard is fairly flat and then slopes off to the street and then slopes off to the alley. So the curb cut, part of the design is when you pull in the curb cut, which is right there, when you're looking at that photograph left of the tree, the finished floor of the basement would be about 2 feet below what the bottom of that fence is currently.
So let me just add, I think you can see it here. So yeah, you can see the grade there on either side. They're gonna have to dig out to be able to drive into that garage. So the grade, and you can't really see it the way I cut it there.
Inches above street level at the bottom of the garage.
I think there's another photo in your report that shows the alley, and there's just grade from the street and from the alley. The yard slopes up, so they will have to dig that out for their garage floor height, and then the floor height is up from the backyard.
Right.
Okay. So I guess my thoughts were as how, if it's going to slope to the back, we're in discussion now, thank you, that if it slopes to the back, will it, we're measuring eave height from the foundation, so is
Yeah.
it going to be within?
I guess and I'm still looking at this a little bit more, but my caution is we have, the DADU ordinance has been so, so much work was put into it, and with the calculations and how, although it's been a couple years now, it's still kind of fresh, I guess, in a sense. So I would look for something, but I'm a little wary about wavering too much from that right now. Wavering too much from it because there's so much thought was going. And this is something that also relates back to codes as well. So it's not just a historical commission thing.
Mm-hmm.
So,
okay.
But I get where you're going. I'll continue to look at that. But as far as I'm right now, it still seems pretty. DADU's a pretty cut and dried, in my opinion.
Give us a second, thank you. Yeah, I think I was thinking about another project where we had some leniency on height, and that wasn't because it was a DADU. It might have been another type of structure. I can't quite pinpoint it, but, to look on it.
But I'm not, yeah.
Well, I want to say I agree with Commissioner Tibbs, and if there's not much more discussion about this, then I would make a motion to approve the staff recommendation of the proposed DADU with the item 1 and item 2.
Okay, there's a motion, is there a second?
Second.
There's a second, all in favor? We can
Aye.
discuss. We've closed public hearing, thank you. What did I was just saying? So we've made the motion, there's a second, and all in favor, you've said yes. Is there any opposed? None opposed, so the motion passes.
I think it is important to say, though, that we see these on a fairly regular basis, and the DADU regulations have really been worked on by a number of different groups and entities, and so it is really important that we stay consistent, and that's why I think that, even in this instance, there are some reasons that it's a well-designed structure and all that, but behind a 1.5-story house, we really do have to have a 1-story DADU, or at least a 1.5-story. So.
Okay, commission is in agreement. Okay, thank you. $231, John?
Yes, just skipping past the ones that got moved into consent. Okay.
231 Cherokee.
231 Cherokee Road, and this will be the last item of MHCC action on the agenda, but not the end of the meeting. 231 Cherokee Road is currently a vacant lot. A non-contributing house there was recently demolished. Current proposal is for a 1.5-story house, side gabled form with a pair of dormers to be constructed on the lot. I can just breeze through most of it because staff has reviewed it and found that the majority of the materials, the the width of the building are appropriate. We have just a few issues with the proposal. One is that the foundation is shown as having brick to grade. Typically, brick is an appropriate material for walls, but typically you see a different foundation material. And so we have a condition about different foundation material, and the applicant has stated that they're okay with that. But related to that is also the foundation height. where the floor level height is shown to be 3 feet above grade here. Looking around the surrounding area on this block, you see houses typically have just one step up from grade to the front door. So where the proposed is shown as having a 3-foot high floor level above grade, we'd recommend that reducing that to between 1 and 2 feet. So that means reducing the height by 1 to 2 feet. So somewhere in that range would put it more in line with the floor heights, foundation heights of surrounding historic houses. Just flip through the elevations. And as I said, a different foundation material, the applicant's okay with that. And more or less are okay with the lowering the foundation height too, but that's something that's often worked out in the field with the inspector when they just making sure that the foundation height is in line in keeping with the 2 adjacent historic houses. So I'll keep that, even though they're okay with it, I'm going to keep that condition in the recommendation. Staff recommends approval of the proposed infill construction with the following conditions: that the foundation height shall be reduced by 1 foot to 2 feet, which would also lower the roof so that the ridge height would not exceed 29 feet from grade, that the foundation material shall be different from that of the primary wall material, that other materials shall receive final approval from staff, including foundation and driveway materials, porch floor and stair material, rear porch materials, and the window and door selections, and of course roof colors. That the siding on the upper story gable fields shall be smooth, and that the HVAC units are behind the midpoint of the building. And meeting those conditions, staff finds that this proposal will meet the guidelines for new construction in the Cherokee Park Neighborhood Conservation Zoning Overlay.
Any questions for Sean? Okay. Applicant?
My name is Shane Teeters. I'm the chosen builder by the landowners. I own Meridian Construction. And I'm in full agreement with everything. I have tremendous respect for y'all. I've never built in a historic overlay before. I built maybe 75 new homes in my career, a lot of remodels, and wow, y'all could send a rocket to the moon, a lot of brain power up there. The only thing, because I had a suspicion that inches matter, that's why I showed up, and I've seen that. Is there any way we could go ahead and confirm the reducing by 1 foot? It makes me nervous to say by 1 foot or 2 foot. That's a big stretch. And so when you do the math real quickly, you know, when I tore this house down, it burned, and a year ago, and the owners their grandparents built the house. They decided even though the insurance didn't pay them for full, demolition, they were like, we're going to build something back. And we, through Robin and his help, we were able to get a design that worked for y'all. And but when you tear an old house down, oftentimes, you're dealing with 2x8s for the floor system, and the code's now 2x12. And et cetera, et cetera. So when we built this house on paper, this is how we kind of came up with it. And I think I'm 100% sure I can make it work with a height of 29, 100% sure of that. And if we could go ahead and decide now on the foundation restrictions, that would allow me to sleep, because inches are very important to you guys.
Sean, is there a different languaging that we've used in the past that it says within, your compared to the historical
Or we could
structure?
say the steps. I mean, he and I kind of on a side note said the struggle they're having is the steps, as he noted. And I'm very sure that we can build this foundation. And he's right. Once we pull the footers, and even though we've shot it and everything, as far as elevations, I'm 100% sure that we can build this home with 2 steps. So that's your main concern, right? That from a curb appeal scenario, you don't want to see a large flight of steps. It kind of, even though the home is designed the way they want it, I understand that. So
Here's another summary that we've had in the past. The finished floor height shall be consistent with the finished floor heights of the adjacent historic houses, to be verified by MHDC staff in the field. Now, we could, what do you all think about that? Let us, so.
what
we're
makes
gonna-
me the most comfortable, and
We'll discuss. Go ahead.
Humbled, and I see that you know so much more about this than me, but I would hate to just go around and start shooting people's elevations, and saying, well, because land flow is a little different. But if we could say his biggest caveat is, we got the height restrictions, fine, et cetera, but that we have a foundation that will not exceed 2 steps to the house, because we know the code says a step cannot exceed 7 3/4, right, and rise. So then we figure out from there.
Okay, we'll have discussion. So thank you for your comments. Yes, thank you. Open public hearing? Closed public hearing? Discussion.
Sean, can we ask, do you feel comfortable with the 2-step deal, or should we go ahead and put in a foot or 18 inches or 2 feet? What's your feel about that?
I wish I put the addresses on these pictures here, but there is actually, well, there's a car in front. But I think certainly 1 to 2 steps. 2 steps would, it might be a little higher than, maybe that house to the next door is 1 step, but 2 feet wouldn't, or 2 steps, excuse me, wouldn't be drastically different. And Mr. Teeters is absolutely correct about, different codes and things like that. It's, even in neighborhoods where a lot of houses are slab, that's, unless that's preferred, then, codes has a requirement about how high the floor has to be above dirt and things like that, that just were not considerations in 1930. So short answer, yes, 2 steps sounds good.
Right, thanks.
Discussion?
Could I jump in for just a second? Sure. I do have a concern, with all due respect, about steps, because it's the foundation line as well. So the first condition is the foundation height shall be reduced by 1 foot to 2 feet tall. So if you would agree, whoever makes the motion could just leave out the 2 feet tall.
So just reduce it by 1 foot?
Just reduce that phrase.
Perfect.
So you're saying put in 1 foot or 2 feet?
The condition already says 1 foot to 2 feet, so you could just leave out the phrase to 2 feet and just cap it at 1.
By 1 foot.
Right, good.
Okay.
So with respect to, by the way, I found this to be a well-done project and one that I think will be an asset to the neighborhood. With respect to 231 Cherokee Road, I move that we accept the staff recommendations with the exception of modifying recommendation number 1 to eliminate the phrase to 2 feet tall.
There's a motion. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? None? The motion carries. Thank you. Our final.
The next project is one that was removed from consent for 126 Second Avenue South. This is a brick 4-story, the American Steam Feed Company building. It was constructed in 1927. It's a contributing building because of its history as an influential and long-term manufacturing business in the downtown area. And the building speaks to the history of the neighborhood way before all of the bars and restaurants we know of it today. American Steam Feed manufactured cooked feeds, specifically dairy feeds, chick mashes, and hog feeds. This building was constructed after the previous version of the building was destroyed by a flood, and it reused materials from that first building, including a later 3rd level, so there was at least 2 eras of brick in it. The property owner obtained an engineer's report from Mark Buchanan with EMC and a 3D scan of the perimeter walls from Reagan Smith. Staff also toured the interior and exterior of the building with Mr. Buchanan. In summary, what the engineer found was that there are serious life safety concerns for absolutely any use of the building. According to Buchanan's report, the current condition of the building is a result of original construction methods. The 2010 flood also caused damage, and the fact that the building is a 4-story building that no longer has the additional support of a building to its left as it once did. So staff suspects that there may also be some issues due to the reuse of those materials, those bricks, from the earlier building. The only way to rehab the building is to remove and reconstruct all 4 walls. That brick is in poor condition, and again, it comes from at least 3 different building areas. A Tennessean article from 1927 notes that half the brick from the previous building was reused with concrete mortar in the new building. The brick that turns to dust at touch, you can see some of those more orangey colored bricks, they're literally dust. Pairing those softer bricks with that later harder brick and that concrete mortar might have also caused some failure. And the brick on the front doesn't even match the brick on the sides and in the rear. And it really isn't woven into the brick on the sides. You can see that there's just this stark line on the corners. Staff assumes that because of the poor condition of the brick and the multiple types of bricks, a true reconstruction, once those walls are removed, really probably wouldn't be possible. Since removal of the walls would not be considered rehab, and reconstruction with historic materials is not possible, staff found demolition to meet Section 5.2b. Rehabilitation is essential for there to be any use of the building, and in this case, rehab will result in the building irretrievably losing its architectural and historical integrity. Although not a requirement, staff often request documentation and a salvage plan. I'll give some other pictures here. Of historic buildings that are to be demolished. Staff has documented the building with photographs, some of which are part of this report, and then there are, of course, extensive photographs also in the engineer's report. The applicant has provided measured drawings. The applicant has arranged for whatever salvageable materials there are to be salvaged, although there are no original windows and doors. Staff recommends approval of the demolition request, finding that rehabilitation will result in the complete loss of historic and architectural integrity. And not the direction we want to head, but that was what we saw when we went out there. And I believe not only is the applicant here, but I believe the engineer is here as well.
Okay. We would probably like to hear from that, the engineer as well. Okay, applicant. Thank you, Robin. I know that was a short summary, and I have to say the report's pretty articulate, but we'll hear some more discussion.
Hi, I'm Larry Papel. I'm as trustee for a partnership in which I'm also a partner, so I represent the ownership of the building. We did submit Mr. Buchanan's report and other materials. I don't know that I need to go into that. Mr. Buchanan is here to answer any technical questions you might have. He is far better qualified to do that than I am. So I will defer to him for any questions. If you have any questions for the ownership, ask me, and glad to answer.
I do have some questions. Could you, Mr. Papel, thank you for being here today, tell us how long your partnership has owned the property?
Since 1999.
Was the property in better shape in 1999, 20 years ago, than it is now?
No. We did some rehab to a few things when we bought it. We had a tenant in the building when we bought it. That tenant continued for a few years, and then it went away. It was never more than the first floor of the building. We never could rent anything upstairs. Didn't really try because it just wasn't going to work. The boot store moved in, I think it was 2006 or so. I don't have that date's in here somewhere. And once we got the report from Mr. Buchanan identifying life safety issues, since it was a month-to-month lease, we terminated the lease just to get them out. So now it's empty, and it will be empty as long as it stands.
Would it be fair to say that the life safety issues, though, that are documented in the report were there 20 years ago, though?
To a degree, it's gotten worse. There's evidence of movement of the walls over the years, which as I understand it, is typical for these buildings. The tenant had pointed out some evidence of movement, and that's when we brought Mr. Buchanan in to look at it. We were looking at maybe doing something more with the building. That expectation was dissipated very quickly.
And this may be a question better for Mr. Buchanan, but to me, a lot of these issues are common with brick buildings downtown, many of which have been successfully rehabilitated in recent years.
I'm going to let Mr. Buchanan talk to you about the structural integrity of these walls and how they were built and how the different bricks that you heard of were mixed and matched with improper mortar. Because if you have mortar or bricks harder than the original bricks and mortar, you destroy the bricks over time, and that's what's happened here. And he can talk about the structural integrity of the multiple width, W-Y-T-H-E, and if the center, it's like poetry, if the center doesn't hold, things fall apart, and that's what's happening inside these walls. But I won't comment on that. I'll let Mark comment on that.
Thank you.
I think I'm getting a little bit about where he's leading into in this, but in the years that your partnership has owned it, were there any considerable repairs, knowing that the construction was volatile or
Well, we didn't know it
compromised, let me say that.
Not in its current position 20 years ago. There's 20 years of erosion here. But yes, we did certain shoring up of certain parts of the walls after we bought it, because we had a property condition report from a different engineering firm, and we did what they said. But the problem is things have changed in the last 20 years, and this change has accelerated.
Were there other buildings beside this that was raised in the recent, 5 years or so? Because in the report it says that you don't have, the structures are no longer supporting each other there.
There was no building on the bridge side, obviously, but there was a building on the other side where, again, this is technical, they leaned against each other. They were party walls, and when that party wall goes away, there's a parking lot next door now, then some ballast goes away, and you may get more movement there over time.
Okay.
Again, that's technical, but it's also typical in these rows of downtown buildings.
Any other questions to the applicant? Okay, thank you. We'll might ask other questions.
I'm going to jump back in. Sorry, I had forgotten that we may have another disclosure as well. So based on the rules that were read to us previously, does anyone have anything that they would like to disclose?
I do. Okay, as a result of this building hitting the news, I have a friend by the name of David Ewing who wrote to me that the building was built after the Christmas Day flood of 1926, when the previous building collapsed due to the flood waters, and also it was also owned by the former Nashville Mayor William Gupton. When I read the report, both of those, the timing of the building and that Mr. Gupton owned it, is in the report. And so those comments have nothing to do with changing. They were just matters of fact, and they have nothing to do with probably influencing my vote or changing my mind about how I feel about this issue.
And you're not alone in getting historical information from David Ewing. The photo that is in the report of the destroyed building in December of 27 is courtesy of Mr. Ewing.
Okay.
I have thoroughly read through the staff recommendations and the report. EMC structural engineers and Mark are some of the most respected engineers in the town. I think that report is pretty clear in dealing with the life safety and other issues with this building. As much as I hate to see a structure like this go away, there are times when they can't be saved, and I think that some of the other buildings that are saved have brick that has integrity and mortar that's compatible with the brick and all that. I think here the actual fabric of the building is in question, I really support this application and think that this is justified.
Are we opening this
no,
up to discussion?
Not
now?
yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Yes. I know it's a really important project for us. Thank you, and I'm going to open up public hearing first. Would we like to hear, well, other than that, would we like to hear the structural engineer?
I would.
Okay. Can we do that? All right. This would be during your applicant time, so it's really important for us to hear. I mean, we've read it, but, public hearing is good to acknowledge your professional opinions.
Right, so I'm Mark Buchanan with EMC Structural Engineers, and I'm open for questions.
Sure, Mark. I would just like to hear, other than, the masonry issues, which I understand are critical, but, there are, masonry restoration specialists out there. I mean, older buildings than this exist. So I would like to hear about, the life safety issues, like in the building itself, the structural integrity, that's what I'm trying to get, the structural integrity of the building, kind of, more so than just the bricks outside, more, just a little bit deeper, if you would.
Right. I understand. I think I understand your question. So the biggest concern I had when I first visited the building was twofold. One, the walls have moved so far that the floor joists are no longer engaged with the wall, and they came back and built a post and beam system to support the floor joist. And that's in some of my photographs. You can look through the report and see that. When I saw that much movement, I suggested, Mr. Patel, that we could go in and hire a company, Reagan Smith, to do a 3D scan. 3D scan tells us how far out of plumb the walls are. Now, all these old buildings downtown, and I was the very first one working on the buildings. I did the Hard Rock Cafe 25 years ago, whenever it was, and been involved in a lot of the buildings since then. The buildings are never plumb, nor are they straight. So when we got the 3D scan from Reagan Smith, they're saying the walls are up to 24 inches out of plumb and square. We went back and calculated and said, well, the wall is really 12 inches out of plumb. There's a term in engineering called the kern, the middle third of the wall. If you was to take any rectangular object and move it past the middle third of that wall, it's structurally unstable and it will fall over unless there's some force opposing it. All the old buildings downtown, when they were built, I'm told from people like you all, they were built more as a concern of fire than they were lateral stability. So all the floor joists and roof rafters, everything, had these fire cuts on them that if the building was to catch on fire, it would hopefully drop in the middle of the building and preserve the entire downtown area. Well, when we have our walls that aren't braced to our floor system and our roof system, and they've rotated this far, that's the structural integrity, and that's the life safety issues we're talking about. If it was a simple matter of tuck pointing mortar and things like that, you're exactly right. We have excellent masonry contractors. Wasco comes to mind. We've done dozens of projects with them. That can be easily addressed. The walls out of plumb condition is what got us very concerned. Plus, you could see where the floor joists were once upon a time, because all these buildings had fires in them, either from coal or other incidences. Well, they're all dark and charred, but also we see fresh wood hanging outside of the wall on both sides of the building. So our walls are physically falling off the face of our building. That's what got me excited as a structural engineer. My charge is to protect the health, safety, and welfare of the general public.
Would you please explain I can't read the color coding on the 3D, the version of the report that I've got. Could you just explain what the colors mean? And I wish I could read it, but I can't.
Well, and we had sent PDFs of this that could be blown all up on computers, and maybe you don't have those original ones. But the color codes basically give you a scale, and then there's two different drawings in here. One of them physically lists the numbers to the left of the color-coded numbers, or the color-coded chart. Those are physical numbers. When we scanned the building, we asked them to scan it every 3 feet, both vertically and horizontally.
I think I get that.
So depending on which wall you're looking at, the worst wall is probably the easiest to see or understand. That would be the north face of the wall, page 3 of 4. It shows movements up to 27 inches. Well, that was the original, let me back up. Once upon a time, that was an original outside wall. It became an inside wall. Now it's an outside wall again. So the wall was corbelled in. So we subtracted out the corbelling in the wall. We subtracted out the sweep in the wall. And then we said, all right, how much is the wall really out of plumb? And that's where we came up with the 12 inches. So that color coding graphically gives you an interpretation of what the wall is doing.
We don't know how long it's been out of plumb. It could have been out of plumb for the last 100 years, or not the entire time.
It fell down once between there, yeah.
Right.
But yeah. So the way these buildings are built, they're multi-width brick walls, and they lace the bricks in together. And as long as they're laced in together, they kind of act as a homogeneous wall. And when we calculate the stability of a wall, if you have for easy math, 16-inch thick wall that's homogeneous is exponentially stronger than 4 walls of 4 inches in thickness. Well, what happens when these mortars deteriorate and weather and temperatures and moisture affects the bricks that originally laced the walls together become broken. So instead of this homogeneous wall being 16 inches thick, we have 4 little walls that are 4 inches thick. Well, you can imagine a little 4-inch wall that's going 45 to 50 feet in the air, how stable that is. Not stable at all. And what happens is when you have window openings, door openings, almost any penetration of the building, it's more susceptible to water infiltration. And that's where you've seen these large bulges in the wall, is around these door openings, window openings, with the exception of this north wall that there again, it was an interior wall. They demolished it. Now it's an exterior wall. Though saying there's safety in numbers, when you go up and down 2nd Avenue, Broadway, wherever, when all these buildings are constructed side by side, it does offer a minimum amount of shedding of wind forces and other forces on them. When you have a building freestanding, there's no redundancy, and we kind of get excited when we see walls that are leaning that far.
Wow.
I think somebody fell asleep over here. I'm not sure.
No. It's quite interesting.
I have one more question, I'm sorry. And I'll explain my interest later in a minute. What is your experience or knowledge of, say these walls have been out of plumb for 50 years. What about anchor plates and tie rods and systems like that are used to stabilize historic buildings that exhibit these kinds of problems? Is that something that's even possible in this situation?
If you go back 50 years, you see all kinds of these little cast iron metal stars and all this stuff. So today, let's assume we have a building collapse, somebody gets hurt. The attorney's going to ask me, well, Mr. Buchanan, what you did was you connected a inferior structurally unstable wall to another inferior structurally unstable wall. Is that correct? And my answer would be, yeah, that's probably what I did. It doesn't work, really. I know we did it in those days, and they've stood up a long time. We were involved in a mill down in Murfreesboro, Tennessee, 25 years ago. Fabulous historical mill. They called us down there. We wrote a report. We said, this is in bad shape, but we can salvage it. The day I was supposed to go testify before that committee, they called me and said, don't come. I said, well, why not? They said, it fell down last night. No windstorm, nothing. It collapsed. The problem with these old historical buildings were in this shape, we don't have a crystal ball. We can't predict it. And I'm not willing to take that risk personally.
Okay. Thank you. Open public hearing. I'm waiting for discussion here. Open public hearing. Close public hearing. Okay.
I got a few things to say. All right. I first moved down to Second Avenue in 1984. And that little did I know that was going to be the start of my entire life of community work. I've been involved in different boards and am currently on about 3 downtown boards now. I live in a building that was built in 1852. When Ron Gobble was going to rehab that building, he went to the wall and he pushed it, the wall that had trees growing out of it. He pushed it, the wall moved. Oh my gosh. He didn't say it wasn't worth salvaging. He got a historic tuck pointer in. And this building was built, 50, 60 years before your building that you're talking about. We stabilized the building. We now live in one of the few remaining antebellum buildings downtown, and it's beautiful. And so, again, as my start down there, I was put on the board of Historic Nashville. We had an engineer who was hired by the developer to bring us through the Marriott courtyard. And they were showing us how the floor plates were damaged in such a way that that building could not be rehabbed. It had to be torn down. Well, that company had some financial problems and weren't able to tear the building down and complete their plans. And now we have a beautiful Marriott courtyard on that corner. So my suspicions as far as engineers being hired by developers to give opinions on historic buildings are suspect. So I looked you up, and I saw that your firm is very well respected and very familiar with working with historic buildings. You've done the Fairlane, the Frist, Acme, Franklin's Theater, Old Red, Redneck Riviera, Martin's Barbecue, to name just a few. So I respect you and your work and your firm. However, and one other thing I wanted to point out is I looked, this property was actually listed for sale 2 years ago. And this is what the description was at the time. At 4 floors and 23,200 square feet, 126 Second Avenue has a commanding presence over the comparable buildings in the district, abutting the walking bridge to the Titans NFL Stadium and featured on the hit show Nashville. The 126 Second Avenue South has the visibility, presence, and notoriety that tenants and investors seek out. The building stack is made up of 4 floors at roughly 6,000 square feet each. Exposed brick brickwork, vintage wood floors, and a unique historic feel are just a few of the building's irreplaceable qualities. 126 Second Avenue South is strategically located in the heart of Nashville's Lower Broadway tourism district. Lower Broadway is home to the highest grossing bars and restaurants in Nashville. Top bars in the district gross between $15 and $20 million a year. And so that was put out by the owners of the property 2 years ago. And so given my love of red brick and my disappointment that there are historic buildings that are allowed to fall apart, I know of 5 on 2nd Avenue that are in danger already out of town. These are out-of-town owners that are doing nothing to structurally keep this property in good shape. I just can't in good conscience, with my passion for the area, my passion for red brick, and yeah, there's a shiny new 40-story hotel going up, 5-story hotel going up right next door. And this property is very valuable. But as a preservationist, I cannot in good conscience support this. And I have a ton of respect for you. And but that's my past, and that's That's what I have to say. So.
I was just going to jump in from the architecture side. I love this building and it's cobbled together with so many different materials. It may look all like brick, but it is so many different bricks and materials that are dissimilar, even though they may look all like brick, and you think, how is that not compatible with each other? But they are dissimilar materials, which is one of the reasons I think it's so beautiful. I love that texture and character that it has because of that. But knowing in our profession what happens when you use materials that aren't compatible with each other, I mean, it's the way this building was designed, it's a complete exercise in how not to build a building. And there are just design flaws in its construction from the get-go. So while I hate to lose it, I also understand why it would be very difficult, and it may be different than some of the cases you're citing where they were able to save a building, but after reading the report, like I don't know how you could keep those walls without, completely rebuilding them. They are the structural integrity. I do believe that, and I will say we work with EMC engineers all the time. They are highly respected, and they have worked, with us on older buildings, but they do have to look at the safety and what's actually possible. And while I would hate to lose this building, I understand, the staff's recommendation on this.
I have just a quick question before you continue. Would we see a new construction? Would this come before our board? Okay.
And in fact, I was reading the Metro Historic Zoning Handbook. I don't have it up right now, and I'm not on the Wi-Fi. But it actually says before we approve demolition of a historic building, we're supposed to see what's planned to put there.
That isn't a requirement that's in the design guidelines or in the ordinance. It is something that was done many, many years ago, way before my time, back when you wanted to be sure you didn't have a vacant lot. I don't think in this economy that's likely to be an issue.
When I read through the report and went and saw the building, I have saved a lot of buildings that a lot of people thought were beyond repair, but those buildings had some components that had integrity. We think about a brick, we think of something solid, something secure, something structural. A huge number of bricks in this are no longer that kind of material. It'd be like building a house with termite-infested wood. It's because the bricks don't have that integrity that they were built with over time. And part of that was the concrete mortar that was put into the softer bricks. Part of it's, structural damage that's happened, breakage and that kind of stuff. And to be honest, it's what the higher a building is, the more loading that you have on it, and the more structural integrity it has to have to withstand that. And especially when we look at Lower Broad, the loads that go into those buildings with the bars and things, it's a significant structural impact on buildings. And so I really don't see that there would be any way to save this. Like you said, it's not being able to tuck point it, it's not being able to go in and replace an element here or there. It really would take total rebuilding. And I don't even think you can reuse the same materials to achieve that. So I think it would have to be rebuilt in one way or another. And I do have some comfort that we would review the building that would go back in its place.
I appreciate, all of your comments, because honestly, when I read through and went by the building just because I work downtown and I'm downtown, and again, we work with EMC all the time. We also work with Mr. Papel a lot, different projects, obviously. But, I did come into this thinking, okay, well, I would like another engineer report, from an engineer that probably won't be designing the new building. But with, obviously, and he's gone through it now more directly and explained that 3D, map and everything. And then with your comments, Cyril, and I know, seriously, and then Lee's, I think I guess more, I think it is a tragic loss for downtown. But again, if it's been deemed unsafe, then it's been deemed unsafe.
I'd like to make one more comment. I've recently met a gentleman by the name of, Daryl Tolbert. He's president of Icon Entertainment that has to do with Johnny Cash Museum. And this has nothing to do with your case, but he was kind enough to show me through the new Johnny Cash restaurant and the building there. And he showed me the iron beams that they had to put to structurally keep the building from falling down. And he said they spent almost $1 million with that structural integrity. And you could tell that if anybody hasn't been up to that second floor, you can tell that they renovated that building with just love in their heart and how beautiful it is, and of course love for Johnny. But they did a fantastic job, and they made comment that not everybody's going to put that amount of money into restoring a whole old building, but you can't replicate that character. And so, I'm speaking. I'm not an architect. I just love those buildings, and I love to see what people have done, and so that's my 2 cents.
I'll add a couple more.
Okay.
I understand Cyril's comments and the inherent flaws that there are in this building with the materials recycled, cement, mortar. But I also want to point out that a lot of the situation that this building is in is due to neglect and deferred maintenance. And we do not want to allow a demolition of a historic building in the historic preservation world, what you call demolition by neglect, because it would could potentially set the precedent for other property owners downtown to intentionally not maintain their buildings.
That's what's happening.
So that they can come to us and ask for permission to tear them down and build God knows what on this property.
I think that's where I was going as well, is that because the other owners are watching us right now, and they're going to say, oh, we can do that too. And I think what we have to, we keep in mind, we're all pretty on top of things here, is that it's per property that we review and to see if there is structural issues. And this is a hard one because it's a total demolition. And we have such voices on Broadway and on, the areas that have historic overlays that continue to give us challenges to make decisions on. And, just for them to hear that we do deliberate this. This is not just something that we give up. It's good to hear those not negatives, but just to say we are preservationists, so we have passion about it. But we also hear from professionals, construction, architects, that can tell us, yeah, this doesn't look good. But we've seen other examples where they have been saved. So I think just for the owners to hear that we deliberate on this pretty seriously, and that please keep your historic buildings, keep it up. You are making income from it. But that it, again, these are these education moments for us to be able to voice these things under public hearing.
Well, as I said before, I know of 5 buildings on 2nd Avenue that are vacant, that are owned by out-of-town developers that are just sitting on them. And there's nothing being done to keep these buildings preserved. And I think that's wrong. So maybe this will further some discussion about what we can do about that.
Some cities, I looked and I couldn't find it. Some city preservation ordinances have clauses that deal with demolition by neglect. Do we in Nashville. I didn't find one.
We do not. I would say, though, that, and I completely agree with you, and I would say the vast majority of projects that you look at, whether it's a rehab or a request for demo, is absolutely due to neglect. Based on the report, I wonder if that's the case here, only because they talk about how the building, or he talks about how the building was constructed, the materials that were used, and the 2010 flood. I mean, there's no doubt. I mean, trees are, there's greenery growing out of it. There's been some neglect. But based on the report, I'm not sure that's the reason for the request. So I say that just to say, if that is where you head, you may, the report may give you some buffer so that the next time someone comes in and it is based on neglect, solely on neglect, you will not have set that precedent.
And I think a lot of the buildings that I see that do suffer demolition by neglect are, number one, not occupied. And we've heard that up until very recently, the first floor of this was occupied until they found it was unsafe. And typically, they let the roofs go, so you get water infiltration through the building. If you have a tenant on the first floor, you're not going to have water running down through the building. So I have to think that was done. And the other thing they do is they typically leave them unsecured so that you do invite vagrants and others to come in, and fires and other things that can promote that degradation. And I don't see any evidence of any of that have happened here. So to me, the structural report's pretty compelling, based as much as anything on the materials themselves. So.
Sarah, I appreciate your viewpoint on it, but, just 2 years ago, the owner said there were some irreplaceable qualities about the building. 2 years ago.
I agree with that. A lot of what's there is irreplaceable. The staff report says that, but by the same token, I don't see how that structure can be continued. I don't, if we deny this, I'm not sure things are going to get any better, because no telling how many millions of dollars you'd have to put into this to, in essence, rebuild it completely.
As you can see here, though, that the bars on 2nd Avenue are bringing in between $15 and $20 million a year in revenue, a few $1 million to stabilize the building. Doesn't sound like a lot to me.
I think it's a lot more than a few, yeah.
Well, even if it was a year's worth.
Sure, I understand. I hear where you're coming from, sure.
But I just think, to Cyril's point, and Commissioner Mayhaw, completely agree with, your love of the building. But I think just to reiterate, I don't think for me and what staff has come up, if it were just you have to put money into it, obviously that's the choice. You have to put money into it to stabilize, to make it secure. But in this case, you'd still put money into it, which for these owners is not a problem. But in essence, you'd have to rebuild the entire thing, even the facade. You'd have to take out all the bricks because they're not bricks anymore. They're turning to dust. So then you've just created a whole new building anyways. So that's I think, what specifically on this structure, it's not the fact of having to spend money on it. Either way, you have to spend money on it. It's the fact, and if that was the only issue, just, spend millions of dollars. I don't care how much it is. You bought the building. That's your problem. But the fact of no matter how much money you spend, in essence, you'd have to rebuild the whole thing with no real value keeping from the old structure. That's I think, the caveat for me.
My issue again, though, is these bricks are from different eras. We have an engineer report hired by the owner. We do not have an objective engineer report to tell us whether or not, and no, not to say that what you say is not true at all, but I would rather be more comfortable if we had an outside engineer's report, an objective one that could reiterate what they're saying is that every brick in that building is going to turn to dust. They have to completely tear it all down and rebuild it up. I would say if that was the case and I had somebody tell me that, I would say, okay, now I understand, I agree. But we don't have that right now. We don't have another opinion.
But I think what we do have is that report that has been reviewed by our staff and by architects. And there have been reports, structural reports that have come along that I've disagreed with. Studio A was a perfect one, where they said it had to be torn down, and Studio A didn't have to be torn down. But this, to me, is a compelling argument that I think our staff has agreed with, and I certainly find to be valid.
Well, when I talked to our staff, they admitted that they are not engineers.
Sure, and I'm not an engineer.
And they don't have engineers on staff.
Sure.
So
I agree with you, Commissioner Mayhall. This is it's an important historic building. We're losing historic buildings downtown. It's not architecturally a gem, but the history of it. And it's like if you go in for surgery to remove a major organ, you want a couple of opinions. And this is a major organ downtown, and I would be more comfortable with a second opinion also. So I agree with you.
Thank you.
The history of historic preservation in this country is replete with engineering reports that say buildings can't be saved, that ultimately were saved. So.
I don't have I agree with that, because again, you said, I agree with everything, and, more than likely, I feel like it's going to come back the same, but, it could, very well could, and then I think for this argument, they're requesting to demolish the building, and we can, I think, request that they bring back, or get another engineer report. Is that what you're asking?
Well, I don't want them to get the engineer report.
Well, I don't know if we can do that.
I want some mechanism that some objective party, like Historic Nashville, or maybe that's not objective enough, but some determination, and I think that we could find the money to, in certain organizations downtown, to help us cover that cost. So that's my recommendation.
I agree with you on that, as well as sort of stemming off that our Metro Historic Commission doesn't have the funding for such in-house or even consultant that we would have funding for, which should be. We are a notable city. We have lots of historic, I'm sure other cities have a grant or whatever, but I think also internally we discussed that with the staff and our Metro Historic Commission, and we need funding. So it's good to hear it, because if we had a second opinion, have we done our very best?
Exactly.
That's the question. Have we done our very best? And you have to make that decision yourself.
And what comes to our charge, demolition of a building like this has got to be the most important thing that we really take a long, hard look at.
We have to, our clients are the city of Nashville, who care about this area, and they want to see us make a considered decision.
Are we ready? I think we're ready to make a vote. All right? Let's just see how it goes. Before you have any more discussion, I think we've covered quite a bit of ground. Very appreciated.
I do think that if we're going to come up with a recommendation that we pay for a report, a structural report, we can't just leave that out there. That's like saying the city should pay the teachers more. We have to have a source of funding. And I think if we're going to take an action that recommends, and a specific action, it has to be a feasible and plausible action. And given that we had to dismiss one of our staff for a short period of time before the budget came in, I'm not sure how much room we have in
That's right. We don't have room.
Can you, so I'm coming back to Todd Zilla's house, where there were 2 engineers' reports. What were those all both from him? I just don't remember. That was the only one that I've been at. That was a full demolition so far that I remember. It's very memorable.
I have never paid for an engineer report, so I would imagine the expense of a single-family report versus this building would be extremely different, but that we did try to help out, and so the foundation was able to pay for 2 experts to just come in over an afternoon and give some short reports. To get a report that's equal to this caliber, we are being required to find savings in our budget which we don't have, there's no way we can fund it. It may be that you could ask the applicant if they're willing to defer, so we could look into it, but I don't know how that would work. I have no idea how expensive that would be. I have no idea what we're realistically asking of these different groups.
I just remember there was like the two, I just couldn't remember what
Yes.
that was. Just, thank you.
Legal, can this board defer? Can you read us a little bit of legal on that?
Okay, give me just a second and I'll provide you, but you can't defer beyond 30 days. So if you,
Unless the applicant agrees.
right, because if you defer, I've got co-counsel over here with me today. So the reason you can't defer is because the effect of a deferral for you only meet one time a month. So you probably won't be able to get another decision in a 30-day period. So that's the reason why we say you can't defer, because if you defer it to another meeting, it'll automatically be approved because you will have exceeded the 30 days that's required under the code for you to make a decision on a project.
Unless you have a special meeting.
Correct, unless you have a special meeting. That would be an exception. You can ask the applicant if they want to defer. And if it is agreed, then you can defer, and that 30-day time period is waived by the applicant by the agreement to defer.
So
Did I cover it, co-counsel?
what would be the term line then? What would be the term, past 30 days? What would we have, 60 days?
Well, it depends on what you agree to with the applicant.
With the applicant.
If you did a one-meeting deferral with the applicant, then that would carry you. It wouldn't be a day per se. It would just be whatever the next meeting is for the month of September. Or if you did a two-meeting deferral, you could do that by agreement. But you couldn't do it on your own motion.
Because an applicant can defer for 90 days? And we can only defer for 30?
I don't know that I don't recall a day limit on when the applicant can defer. Do you?
My understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sorry to jump in and interrupt you earlier, is that you have to make a decision within a certain number of days from the time you receive a complete application. I don't have that date with me right now, but it was given to us fairly early. I don't think you have any days left. I don't think you have the option of just scheduling another meeting in a couple of days.
Well, then we vote.
And so it's a vote, or it's asking the applicant.
Good to know. It's good education for us.
The only caveat, thank you for clarifying, the only caveat that I would have is that it's not a complete application and before this commission until it's on the agenda. So when it's on the agenda, even if staff has received it, those days, it would be my opinion that those days do not count against this commission. The 30 days starts ticking on the date that it is considered for the first time by this board.
Okay.
But I still don't know if it's enough between now and the next meeting for you.
I agree with you. I don't know if we could get it done in 30 days.
We would have to agree to it as well.
Again, you wouldn't have a full 30 days because the complete application was when the agenda was posted, which was
within 30 days.
Over a week ago. So, and I don't know if we can get funding and get the report done in just a week or two.
That would be my concern is also, even if you did it by special meeting, you have to get grants approved by council. So if you got another entity to donate the money for you to go ahead and do the engineering report, there's not enough time because council had its last meeting for this session last night.
Or if maybe we're getting ahead of ourselves, the staff recommendation is up or down, demolish or not. So it's really not on us to figure out what's the next
That's
step.
Right.
That's true.
Well, good conversation then.
Yes.
Okay, let's do the vote. All right, are you ready? Okay, we've had good conversation, good discussion. Will somebody make a motion?
I will move that with respect to this project with 126 Second Avenue South, we accept the staff recommendations.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand. All opposed, raise your hand. Really clear.
You have to have 4. A motion fails if it does not get 4 votes, and I counted 3.
Oh.
Unless the chair voted with the motion. I
I
don't.
have not voted, but if we do, it might be a tie. So what happens if there's a tie?
So, well, you have to vote. Are you voting with?
I'm voting on the opposed.
Okay, that's the way I had counted. It was 3 for, and 3 against. So right now you have a non-action of the board. It takes four votes of this commission to approve any action, any motion. So if there's a motion to approve, it takes 4. If it's a motion to deny, it takes 4. Right now you have no action. If this board leaves without taking action, that 30 days starts. And so it would be approved anyway. So it's up to you. Somebody else can make another motion and see if that one passes, or if someone changed their mind, or something like that, or somebody's been persuaded, so.
Well,
I'll make a motion. I'll make another motion.
Okay.
That we deny the applicant's request for demolition and the staff's report.
Okay, there's a motion, a second motion. There's a second. All in favor of that motion, raise your hand. All opposed to that motion, raise your hand. Okay. We are still at a stalemate.
Right, yeah.
So either way, I mean, honestly, board, we know where this is going, but it also shows that public hearing of what challenges we've been through. Now, we've had this happen before.
I wish we had more commissioners.
Well, yeah. But here we are.
Here we are.
So give us, now that we've had 3 and 3, tell us it's automatically approved
Well, after 30 days.
after 30 days.
The chair or members of the board, I mean, you have mechanisms by which you can call a special meeting between now and the 30 days. So.
Which would have to be noticed
Correct.
to the public.
Correct.
Okay. Today, we don't know that, so.
That's right.
There's 30 days for the applicant to wait until, okay.
That's correct.
Does the applicant understand that?
Approved until then.
Does the applicant understand that? Will you please come forward that way, because do you understand what we just did?
I think so. It's confusing, but if the communication is, since it's 3-3, no matter which way you voted, after 30 days, it's deemed approved, meaning the staff recommendation is deemed approved. Is that correct?
That would be correct. It would be 30 days from, in my opinion, it would be 30 days from consideration of this commission.
The one thing I'd ask you to take into account is the life safety issues. We filed this application because of an expert report. People pass by this building all the time. The homeless sleep up against these walls. I've had one building where a homeless person died. I don't want that to happen again here. That's why we filed this. That's why we're here. That's why we gave up the income. And I don't think it's responsible to ignore that, considering the engineer's report. And I think you all should take that into account. And if you can vote again, I would do it. If not, not. But I think you're ignoring life safety issues, and I don't think that's wise.
Thank you.
I mean, being on the part that voted, I guess, for staff approval, I mean, I would make a new vote. I mean, since it's going to be.
Can we do that? Can we make another vote?
I don't know.
Sure, because at this point you've heard. You've
I'm
heard.
saying it's only going to change, well, it's going to be approved anyway. The demolition will happen.
Right.
So whether it's
Doesn't
now
change.
or 30
It
days. So I mean, that's just something for you all to consider that voted against. If you want to take Mr. Papel's, whatever you want. That's up to you all who voted, not the way Cyril voted. Either way, it's happening.
Right.
So to answer your question, yes, you could now take another vote if you wanted to. You've heard from Mr. Papel. You've asked for additional information. He's provided that information to the board. You can take that into consideration and decide.
It stands as is. Okay. Thank you, everyone. I think we're about to adjourn. Is it, nope?
No, there's two more things. I'm so
Two more
sorry.
things. Oh, yes.
And I know everyone's tired and they want to get out, but the
Bring
last
it.
part I'll explain here in a minute. But first of all, there's a change to the rules of order. There's just a couple of little clerical changes. But then also in section 5(3)(C)(2), we wanted to add the following to that list of things that could be administratively approved: demolition of an addition, appurtenances, and non-character defining features. It already pretty much works that way, but we wanted that to be in the list. The other change is of 5(3)(C)(6), which is to set up an appeals process for administrative permits. There's already an appeals process for administrative permits, but it's not spelled out anywhere, so we wanted to have that clear here. And those are the changes we're recommending for rules of order.
So people can apply for an administrative permit or and it's something that would be considered an administrative permit? Because again, I don't know how the administrative permit, I mean, generally, I'm not involved in those. So if they say, no, you have to go to commission, what would they say if they're not getting administratively permitted? You just tell them, well, then you got to go to commission?
And we may do
Was
that, we do that anyway, too.
That's what it is already?
Because we're not
Okay.
actually making the decision. You've made the decision
to
by
give you that
creating this
power.
list
Yeah.
of things that you feel like we can administratively approve. If anything on the list, though, there's some component of it that we're uncomfortable with, it's still coming to you, even if it is on the list. So it doesn't force us to take things administratively, if that makes sense.
Yeah. I was just wondering, how could you be aggrieved to not get an administrative permit? Because you would just
You're
come to
not.
the
It's
commission.
if you do receive an administrative permit and maybe someone else in the neighborhood is aggrieved, this would be
Got
the
it.
process
Okay,
which
that's
they
it.
could
I was
appeal.
just like, wouldn't you just come to, why wouldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, why wouldn't, I don't get it.
The applicant probably isn't going to appeal, but someone else could.
Got it, okay, you were kind of on the same, I don't know, I didn't get it. Too long.
Well, any discussion?
Oh, yeah, thanks. Is there any discussion?
Excuse me, sorry.
I was in zone land there.
I know.
Any discussion on the changes? Okay, is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved. Second? All in favor?
Aye.
None opposed? That passes. Thank you.
And last up, we have maybe a 15, 20-minute presentation. Again, I know it's late.
Take a break.
But we wanted to go ahead and do this today because this is just sort of some background information for the outbuilding plan book that will come to you next month. So it's not something we could put off for another month.
Okay.
This is not a review of the plan book. This is not a review of recommendations or of changes. This is just some research that Victoria did with us while she was interning about ADUs. So it's just background on ADUs. Oh, okay, we'll take a break.
Okay, I'll just take a break. Sorry.
Okay, so thank y'all for staking it out. Robin said 15 to 20 minutes. It's actually about 10 minutes. So,
Your favorite person?
so yeah, we're just gonna go over like a little bit of this background research on ADUs. More.
You don't want to stay? What in the world?
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Susan.
Anything that's legal.
Anything illegal.
Oh, wait.
So, just a little brief overview. We're going to go over what an ADU is, what some issues are, a very, very brief history of DADUs in Nashville, design review, and then what some other cities are doing across the country. So ADUs come in various forms, internal, attached, and detached. We care most about detached, which are typically garage conversions or an outbuilding on the same lot as the principal. And here's just another graphic depicting DADUs. And they've just become really popular ways to add density in cities and to provide extra income for homeowners. But they do come with a lot of concerns. So for example, DADUs are increasingly popular with developers who will buy a lot and either demolish existing structures to make room for 2 dwelling units or just build a DADU, and there might not be an owner occupancy requirement. But that's where owner occupancy comes in handy to ensure that the owner of the principal lives in either the main house or the dadu before they can rent the other one out. Another issue is design review and how much neighborhood character should be taken into account when designing a dadu. Short-term rentals come up all the time, but since historic zoning does not regulate use, it's not an issue. That's going to be taken into account for this research or this presentation. And then affordable housing actually comes out a lot because there are some cities that have written into their ADU ordinances an incentive for more affordable housing. So Nashville dadus, originally in 2008, there was the ordinance that allowed for duplexes to be separated but with no more than 6 feet between them. An amendment passed that did not allow for 2 dwelling units and historic overlays, but then in 2011, Metro Historic Zoning and Planning developed a dadu ordinance which allowed 4 dadus and historic overlays. That ordinance included design guidelines and bulk standards, and it also did require owner occupancy and did not allow for the 2 units to be sold separately. And then later that same year in 2014, an ordinance increased the square footage of dadus and historic overlays. So just a little bit more about owner occupancy, because that again is like a really big issue that comes up a lot in discussions of ADUs and dadus. This is just an example at 1400 Ordway Place. Per the ordinance, the owner of 1400 Ordway must live in either the principal structure or the dadu in order to rent the other one out. And it's done through a signed affidavit, but then that gets the question of how is owner occupancy actually enforced? Is Metro Historic Zoning Commission staff the right people to have to enforce this? Those types of issues. And just sticking with that previous example, the owners of the house and the dadu cannot sell them separately. And if they sell the property, the new owner purchases both the principal and the dadu, and that same covenant still applies. And so this is just like the big difference between dadus and then the tall, skinny duplexes we see popping up all around Nashville. And then furthermore, that owner occupancy requirement as it stands right now also lends itself very well to making it unlikely that the 2 units could ever sell separately.
While you're on that, so is the owner occupancy a Metro thing? Like if you live, or that's a Metro, so like it would.
In the dadu code.
The dadu code, so if you lived in not a historic area, it'd still be.
Dadus are throughout Metro.
Yeah, so I'm just saying
This is just for in the overlay.
But in the overlay, but it's countywide.
It's throughout Metro, so it's
that you have
not
to live in it.
just
Okay.
in the overlay.
But we're the ones who supposedly handle that issue in historic zoning, or in neighborhood or overlay districts.
Still working that out.
Okay, got it.
And the owner can live in either unit.
Yes.
So the owner can live in the
Okay.
dadu. So-
I was just making sure that it was countywide and not just in overlay districts. That was the rule, and that's on clarity.
Although so many groups are going to RS zoning, which eliminates the ability. So if you go to RS, you can't have a data.
Is that a way of controlling
They think
bedroom?
they think it's a way of controlling the tall skinnies, which.
Sorry,
Okay.
Victoria.
Yeah,
Sorry.
Thank you.
So moving along to design review, we kind of asked the question of whether or not it's necessary for dadus. Currently, as the ordinance stands right now, they have to be behind the principal and they have to meet all of the required setbacks. You cannot have more than 700 square feet of living space, and the footprint cannot exceed more than 750 square feet. And then as the ordinance reads right now, the detached accessory dwelling shall be of similar style, design, and material color as used for the principal structure, and shall use similar architectural characteristics, including roof form and pitch, to the existing principal structure. But then again, you can get more questions about what actually counts as visually disruptive to the neighborhood and whether or not materials themselves need to be included for review. So looking at some other cities, starting on the West Coast, Portland, Oregon probably has the most lax ADU regulations out of all of them. They do have setback and height requirements, but they don't mandate extra parking. They do not have an owner occupancy requirement, and they allow homeowners to actually have one attached and one detached unit per principal dwelling. And they're kind of known for their ADUs. They do an entire ADU tour every summer. Seattle's a really interesting case study because their ADU rules are governed through the very recently passed Housing Affordability and Livability Initiative. So in specific zones, 2 ADUs, you can have 2 attached or 1 attached and 1 detached can be built, but one has to be tied to affordable housing. Parking is no longer a requirement, and owner occupancy is no longer a requirement. DADUs specifically are limited to a 1,000 square feet footprint in single-family zones, and then 650 square feet in what they call their low-rise zones. They've been going through a lot of upzoning changes, so I didn't look a lot into what their low-rise zones are, but they do have limitations on them. San Francisco has allowed for ADUs since 2016, and that's actually prior to the state of California passing their ADU bill. And so the state of California actually requires any city or county reaching a certain population threshold to allow for ADUs. So in San Francisco specifically, it doesn't trigger additional parking, but they do have written into their ordinance that it cannot be used for short-term rentals and they cannot be sold separately from the principal. In Austin, DADUs, they have like a square foot maximum. They have to be at least 10 feet away from the principal. They have a height maximum. Their parking has to deal with transit corridors, so they're trying to get more density along their transit lines. So you're only required to add extra parking if you are more than a quarter mile away from a major transit hub. And from what I understand, Austin is the only city that allows you to actually sell your DADU from the principal. They can be separated, but I have not found a case where that's actually happened yet. So I don't know if there would be legal issues around that, or if it would just be a horizontal property regime. Getting a little closer to Tennessee, Asheville passed their ADU ordinance back in 2015. DADU specifically cannot exceed 800 square feet and must have setbacks of at least 6 feet. They do require extra parking, and interestingly, neighborhoods and HOAs can actually file restrictive covenants to prevent the construction of ADUs, which gives them a little bit more control over development in those specific neighborhoods. In our own state, Chattanooga's drafting their ADU ordinances right now. As the draft stands as of March, ADUs can't exceed 70% of the principal's square footage. They have setback requirements for different types of lots, so they're very specific to the type of lot. They have a maximum height, and in regards to design, they do review it, and the ADU must be similar in style and character of the principal, and they do specifically state that you can't use shipping containers. They have owner occupancy requirements, and they do state that the units cannot be sold separately. They only are going to allow this, at least as the draft stands right now, in sections of the city that are currently using form-based code. So it won't be citywide yet. So in conclusion, fastest presentation, y'all. A lot of cities are dealing with ADUs and DADUs for all different types of reasons, and they're just trying to figure out the best rules and regulations. Owner occupancy seems to be like the common thread in all of them that people are trying to deal with. And then again, just as a reminder, this was done as part of the larger design guideline consolidation and outbuilding plan book project, but it is not part of the plan book project, so.
Thank you for waiting.
Yeah, you had to sit through the whole meeting,
Teacher,
so
are we
kudos to
done
you.
yet? Are we
Yes.
done or are we not done?
Unless you had any questions, you're done.
So what will happen next month? I would like a little precursor.
We will present to you a consolidated design guideline and a plan book.
To vote on.
By the way, I really think that DADUs are really a huge part of the affordable housing thing. You know, I mean, that's,
Yeah.
in my neighborhood on Whitland, I mean, there were as many, you know, as many houses had accessory units as not.
I had
And and it was maids and au pairs, they call them
Yeah.
nurses back in the day, we call them nannies, you know. so,
everybody.
Yeah.
grad students, you know,
say-
all kinds of people. so.
And all the old little carriage houses.
Yeah, carriage house.
That couldn't even have said that.
Thank you, David. Thought it was
Thank you,
interesting.
staff.
This has been a service of the Metro Nashville Network. If you would like to see this presentation again, or for more information about this and other programs, visit nashville.gov.